and then along the rows, okay? So,
I'm Commissioner Greg Fulfer from JAL, from the very southeast corner. Glad to be here.
Mike Sloan, Director of the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, everyone. John Hill, Financial Specialist with the Department.
Brian Bartlett, President of New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation.
Dave Heft, Hunter Trapper, Mayhill. Brandon Wynn from Albuquerque, and this is kind of homecoming for me because my great-grandma was born down the road at Rama, and my family used to send me out to one of my uncle's trading posts up the road at Notch Chitty. Keep teenagers out of trouble. It worked too.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, Stuart Riley, Chief of Wildlife, Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission and the public. My name is Joe Miano, and I am the Budget Director for Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Paul Guerrero, Chief of Administrative Services.
Hi. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Sarah Koppel-Pratz. I'm the Secretary of Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioner. My name is Sidney Hill, and I'm the Public Information Officer for Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. My name is Tim Simmel. I'm the Colonel for Field Operations with the New Mexico Park.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Kirk Patton, I'm Chief of Fisheries for the Department.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Matt Wunder, Chief of Ecological Environmental Planning.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, near and far, my name is Warren Patterson. I'm the President of the New Mexico Cattle Growers Association.
nice to meet you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, and staff. My name is Mark Matini. I live in Pewati Village, Laguna Pueblo, Cibola County. If I speak today, which I don't think I need to, but if I do, I speak for myself, although I am a life member, monthly contributor to Backcountry Hunters and Anglers, and active in Defenders of Wildlife. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Andrea Sartoretta. I'm an Albuquerque resident.
Good morning, my name is Ray Sanchez. I'm with the Field Ops Division, Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. Jennifer Morgan, Career Education Program Coordinator.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. Ross Morgan, I'm the Public Information Officer for the Department of Game and Fish.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, members of the public. I'm Aaron Bond, the Editor and Translator for the Department.
For the Commission, members of the public, James Goodman, the Chief of the Information Education Division.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Tristiana Bickford, and I'm the Department's Assistant Chief of Education.
Good morning, everybody. Stora Gonzalez. Happy and proud to be here, Game and Fish.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the Commission, members of the public. Ryan Darr, Assistant Chief of Information with the Department. We also have 8 attendees on Zoom, and we have Carrie Romero, who would like to introduce herself.
Carrie, you're unmuted.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. Apologize that I'm unable to be there in person today.
Are we going to continue to have those that are online make their introductions?
We have no others who have requested to be introduced.
Okay, but how about, well, we did have the Commissioner Salazar Henry, and
good morning, everybody. I apologize for not being there in person. This is the first meeting I've ever been there. My name is Roberta Salazar Henry. I retired from New Mexico Game and Fish since I moved here. My last year was Assistant Director. I'm currently living in the Costilla Southwest, and the chief of staff also for Majority Whip representing Green Diagonal. And I'm just awfully honored to be able to represent this.
thank you.
And my name is Valerie Joe. I'm the Christian Council. I'm
and I work for the Mexico Office of the Attorney General.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public and staff. Teresa Lopez, at-large member from the county of Rio Arriba County. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and all those attending. Appreciate you being here. I'm Dina Archuleta. I'm the Vice Chair for the Commission.
Wonderful, this is great. So let's move on to item number 4, approval of agenda. This is an action item. I want to explain to everyone that published on the Department of Game and Fish website is revision 2. Earlier we had revision 1, and I want to say I hope this did not cause any inconveniences to some of you who traveled to Gallup for this meeting. But we did insert the executive session as item number 5, that's Rev 2. And it is currently posted on our website. We have some litigation matter that we have to attend to, and the best time that we could get the attorneys on board with us is now in the morning. The only other thing that I'd bring to note that's in Rev 2, I want to say thank you to Director Mike Sloan and Chief Kirk Patton. Thank you. I know on item number 13 we'll be hearing from Chief Patton, so on the rule hearing on the non-navigable water issue. And so Commissioners, the only other thing, and members of the public, that I would like to add is that we want to be respectful, we want to be efficient with our time, and I do think it's important that we take a break from time to time, if need be. I'm always open to public comment or at any given point in time along with the commissioners. And if we do need to take a break, I'll do that. For lunch, we're going to rock and roll and see how far along we can get, possibly through, item 12, the Sykes Act Projects, and then maybe go into maybe a 30-minute break for lunch. This is a beautiful campus, it's a beautiful area, and I think we should be able to do that. So, I have no other comments about the agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay.
Second.
Very good. Because we have one commissioner via Zoom, can we do this just by voice, or do we have to do a roll call vote?
Madam Chair, I defer to the AGs, but I think a voice vote is probably appropriate.
I think for clarity, roll call would just be easier for recruiting purposes. Thank you.
Okay, Director, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good, thank you. So moving to the next agenda item is the executive session, and this is closed to public. Do we have any discussion, or can I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to adjourn into closed executive session. We move to adjourn into executive session closed to the public pursuant of Section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978, attorney-client privilege, litigation update, threat and litigation discussion.
Do I have a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Let's see, Commissioners and Attorney General and attorneys, if we can keep this to maybe 30 minutes to 45 minutes for a break. So, thank you, Director. The Commission meeting is back in session. we are on agenda item number 6, action items from the executive session. Vice Chair, do you want to say anything, an announcement upon our return? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Sorry, I was distracted by something. Announcement, this commission is adjourned into executive session, closed to the public. During the executive session, the commission discussed only those matters specified in its motion to adjourn, and it took no action as to any matter.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Moving on, we're on our consent agenda. It is an action item. We have A, B, and C, approval of minutes from our June 17th meeting, B being our revocations, and C, the disposal list. Commissioners, do I have any comment or discussion on those items? Commissioner Salazar-Henry? Nope, okay. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Director, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Salazar-Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar-Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Let us move on to agenda item number 8, another favorite part of my meetings, and I'd like to call forward for general public comment. Brandon Wynn, can you please step forward to the microphone? And then Game and Fish, if there's anybody online, I'd like to hear from them as well. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Salazar-Hickey. Is this on? Like I need a microphone. It's like,
There's like a thing in my house, don't give that man a microphone. Good morning. Yeah, I know. It's hurt me before because I'm willing to say about anything, so you can imagine the trouble I've got myself in. Yeah, so good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. So I'm going to take this opportunity to talk about elk, actually. And, you know, you've heard me stand up here, I don't know, 50,000 times and say, gee, Commission, you ought to open the Elk Rule and make more public hunting, right? So I'm kind of embarrassed that I never noticed that really you could make some public hunting. And I understand why you wouldn't want to tackle the Elk Rule. It's a monster, right? It's a political quagmire. I get these things, right? You know, and it's such a complicated system that really, what would you even do? Like, say you wanted to make more public hunting opportunity by the draw. The Elk Rule is just a monster, right? I understand this, right? This would take a lot of thought to try to do this because it's a giant system and it's taken 50 years to get where we are. And you could really explode things in a bad way for the resource, for the private landowners, the outfitting industry. I understand this, right? But I, just like this week, and I'm embarrassed that after looking at this thing for 10 years or 20 years, that I just figured this out, that you could actually, through the Elk Rule, make a very precise, a precision slice from private opportunity to public opportunity, because in the Elk Rule is where the division, and the Elk Rule's open, right? So you don't even have to touch the E+ rule. So the Elk Rule, mechanically or technically what it does is it dumps the permits into E+, right? So it takes them as an entire slug of the total opportunities. So if you look at the elk tables in the Elk Rule, it shows how many are going to be private and how many are going to be public. The department uses a formula, and it's straight up land-based. The land area of public land, land area of private land. So you could change just that formula that they use, and that's not even codified. You don't have to change the rule. You could just say, hey, department, we want you to change, because that's how it happened, my understanding anyway. You'd obviously have to consult with the department, but it's not anything that's codified. It's not in statute. It's not in rule. It just happens, right? It's been doing it for, I don't even know, no one even really knows, well, people, I'm sure people that know, how long they've been just by just internal policy under the direction of the commission. They've just done this straight up, unweighted, land area, private, public. So say you wanted to move 2% of the elk hunting from private to public, you could do this. by just adjusting that formula. So like in Unit 2, there's 752 permits, 112 of them are private permits, and the rest are public. Say you want to make it 100 private. You could actually do this in this formula. It is so simple, and I'm embarrassed to bring this to you at the last minute. I should have told you months ago, but it just dawned on me that this is a technique that you could very simply and precisely, with a scalpel, instead of worrying about blowing up a whole thing, it's simple. So just think about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments here in person?
On any specific rule, or how do you want it?
General comments.
Okay.
It's open for general comments. Thank you.
Chair, members of the commission, my name's Lauren Patterson. I'm the president of New Mexico Cattle Growers. I'm also the registered lobbyist for our organization. I appreciate everything you do. I've served 2 governors on the Mexico Livestock Board, so I understand that you get a push and pull from all kinds of directions, and so I do appreciate the time and dedication you put to our state. So my comments will be in the Elk Rule. I appreciate the work we've done with meeting with Stuart on numerous occasions, trying to outline our concerns, and we met again yesterday, and I do appreciate your time. First of all, in the general statement on the Elk Rule, we would like a statement regarding multiple use and carrying capacity based on the landscape and not on biological triggers. Due to the drought, changing climate, whatever you want to call it, our livestock numbers have dropped in the state of New Mexico by 30% over the last 5 years. We think the elk population is going to have to reflect some of that also. And I understand that's a very hard thing for you to do, but it's to be good stewards of the landscape. That's what has to be done. Number 2, we ask the Commission and the Game and Fish Department to work closely with the U.S. Forest Service, particularly when we talk about these areas with the endangered species. There's numerous areas that we're talking about, but when we talk about Unit 34 and the riparian area and the meadow jumping mouse, we've had one member that's been dropped from what was 800 head just a few years ago down to 100 head. That puts them out of business as ranchers. And so elk is a contributing factor to that endangered species. It's written in the Wildlife Services reports, and we have to do something there. It cannot continue on. That's the tax base for that community. That's numerous jobs for that area and a family of New Mexicans. I mean, they are long-term generation people there. And thirdly, we wish that we could make our roads a little safer. NMDOT seems to ignore their fence lines. Obviously, the elk are having a significant influence on that. Henceforth, we end up with livestock on the roadways, and that also contributes to the endangerment of public safety. We do our best to keep those fences up, but we ask that you guys put some pressure on NMDOT for that also. And with that, I appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments? How about online?
We do have 3 virtual participants that would like to speak, and first I will open it up to Joseph Rivera. Joseph, you are allowed to talk. Do unmute your mic.
Good morning.
Joseph, can you hear us?
Yeah. I thought that was him. Sorry.
Okay, Joseph, we will move on to the next. Please raise your hand if you would still like to talk. Next, we have Carrie Romero. And Carrie, you are allowed to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Carrie Romero on behalf of the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. Since I wasn't going to be able to be there in person today, I sent you all an email yesterday that described our official positions on many of the agenda items that you will be discussing today. I am going to be on the Zoom platform for most of the day listening. However, I will probably not be able to speak. So I don't feel that it's necessary for my email to be read into the record. However, Madam Chair, if you think that it is necessary, then maybe you could just have Tristiana read the segments on the specific agenda items as they come up during the meeting, just so that she doesn't have to read 3 full pages in one breath. But one point I wanted to make right away while I have you all on the phone. The Council of Outfitters and Guides was disappointed back in June when the Commission approved a substantive change to the pronghorn rule during the official rule hearing without going back out for public comment. At the time, Madam Chair, you specifically asked the Attorney General representative if the change would be considered substantive. The Attorney General representative said no. However, the change amended weapon type and the number of permits on both public and private land in several GMUs. If that's not considered substantive, then nothing is. All of the previous game commissions that I've worked with over my decade of lobbying for the Council of Outfitters and Guides have defined non-substantive as being grammar or sentence structure language changes to a rule. Never has a change to a hunt code or a weapon type been considered non-substantive. We have spoken with our legal counsel regarding this matter, and they agree that any substantive change made during a rule hearing without going back out for public comment is grounds for a lawsuit. Substantive changes need to be posted on the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and public comment needs to be re-engaged prior to the official rule hearing. We strongly encourage the Commission to think twice before approving substantive changes during an official rule hearing. Thank you very much, and I hope you guys have a good day in Gallup.
Thank you. Any other comments online?
We have one final comment from Lawrence O'Toole. Lawrence, you are able to speak, and please unmute.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
My name is Lawrence O'Toole. I'm an avid hunter and a citizen of Albuquerque. And my comments would be on the proposed rule changes for the definition of a muzzleloader to not allow the use of a scope for elk hunting and all other big game species. I did attend the May 16th meeting in Albuquerque where the presenters went over this proposed change. As they explained it, the current regulations allowing the use of a scope have increased the harvest success rate in certain units where the herd numbers for elk need to be increased. By not allowing muzzleloaders with scopes, the harvest success rate, but thereby increasing herd numbers. And there were probably 25 to 30 attendees at that meeting, and I heard a lot of negative comments about the proposed rule change. I did not hear any positive comments. I did send emails after the meeting to the email addresses that we were giving to send our comments to. So hopefully, and I didn't receive anything back that my email wasn't received, so I'm going to assume that it was. But my comments, I guess, are to not allow the use of muzzleloaders with scopes will result in more wounded elk and other big game that are never recovered. That will eventually result in a decrease in the hunter satisfaction ratings because of less elk being harvested cleanly. I think, as it was explained by the presenters, they didn't want to decrease the number of elk tags to increase the herd. they wanted to leave the numbers the same. But as a responsible, ethical hunter, I would rather see a decrease in the number of tags to accomplish the increased herd numbers rather than go the opposite way and see more wounded animals that aren't recovered. I think, and I've spoken to some non-residents about this proposed rule, and the fee that they pay for tags for elk runs anywhere from $548 for a standard tag up to $773 for a quality or high demand. For deer, it's $283 for a standard, up to $368 for a quality high demand. And, I mean, they just say, we're not gonna pay that kind of fee to come out there and use what they consider to be a weapon that doesn't give a successful hunt. We were told at the meeting that the proposals were based on science, but I'm not exactly sure that going to an inferior, less effective weapon that's going to increase wounded animals that aren't recovered is actually based on science.
Lawrence O'Toole, are you about to wrap up?
Sorry,
We had a timer go off here that it was 3 minutes, if you want to just
one
quickly
quick
wrap
comment,
up.
if I could, about the encouragement hunt. As a senior, I'm 71 years old. I've been an avid supporter of the game and fish, hunting and fishing my whole life. And I completely understand the need to have more young hunters involved, but I think there also should be consideration for senior hunters, because we've supported the game and fish through all these years, and to now be said, well, we're going to eliminate you, kind of just kind of doesn't feel right. So that's the end of my comments, and I do appreciate you taking the time to listen to what I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Do we have Mr. Rivera back?
No, we do not have Mr. Rivera back, and that is all the comments we have virtually.
Okay, thank you. And I think everyone knows that I do tend to take comments from the public on each of these agenda items. So moving right along, we're on agenda item number 9, and this is where we get an update on 30 by 30 initiative. And I want to say thank you and a big hearty welcome to Secretary of New Mexico Energy, Minerals and Natural Resources Division, Madam Secretary Sarah Cottrell Props. Thank you so much for being here. It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission and members of the public. It's nice to be here today. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to talk to you about 30 by 30. So 30 by 30 refers to 30% land conservation by 2030, and it's an international effort to improve conservation outcomes, landscape and ecosystem fragmentation, to minimize fragmentation, as well as to address climate change and adaptation to climate change. But here in New Mexico, we have a uniquely New Mexico approach to 30 by 30, and that's what I'd like to speak with you about today. So it was kicked off in New Mexico with an executive order I'm going to walk through in a bit of detail in a moment that Governor Lujan Grisham issued last fall. But it set up a committee of state government entities to work on recommendations to the governor on 30 by 30. So this slide shows the committee membership and staff. I really appreciate Director Sloan participating in it personally, as do I. He's been a really valuable asset to the group. But it also includes the Department of Agriculture, the Environment Department, State Engineer, Indian Affairs, Outdoor Recreation Division of the Economic Development Department, Land Office, and then also is staffed by primarily by the Forestry Division of MNRD, but also some of the folks listed here. And we meet roughly quarterly. sometimes more if we need to. So the Executive Order 2021-52, identified some benefits to trying to preserve and conserve more of our landscape in New Mexico. I won't read all of them, but it includes things like supporting the economy, preserving biodiversity, providing outdoor recreation opportunities, et cetera. So the role of the committee is a question that we get a lot. Is it a public body? What is it? No, it's an advisory group to the governor to recommend policies or budget items. So it's responsible for providing advice on issues raised by the executive order, as well as the parallel federal government. The Biden-Harris administration has an America the Beautiful initiative that is it's similar, not exactly the same, but kind of going in the same direction. And we want to be complementary with that federal effort. So a lot of what's in the executive order, directs us to make sure that we are providing input to the federal effort in the interest of New Mexico, as well as being aware of any changes that might be happening there. So we want to see coordination on use of best science, commitment to equity, stakeholder engagement, timely recommendations on both state and federal policies, and then ensuring that our efforts are accurately reflected in something called the American Conservation and Stewardship Atlas, which is a pre-existing list. So some core principles that are outlined in the executive order include, number one, respect for tribal sovereignty. We had 3 listening sessions with tribal leaders back in March before we really kicked off more public engagement. Each one of the sessions was open to all tribes and pueblos and governor's staff, and they were very well attended. Some folks attended more than one. Tribes and pueblos, perhaps obviously, but it's important to state, are not bound by the EO. They are sovereign nations. But we do want to work with them to the extent that they have designations on sovereign lands or just considerations on public lands across New Mexico that should be considered. We want to have that dialogue. Respect for private property rights. This is something I get a lot of questions about with regard to this initiative. There's no eminent domain. There's nothing like that associated with this. We're using primarily existing programs and authorities. They don't grant eminent domain. All conservation activity on private land would continue to occur on a voluntary basis. We just want these good stewards of the land to get credit for what they're doing. The focus will be to develop incentives that expand options for landowners, again, and ensure good work is recognized, not to make folks do anything. Maintaining adaptability in a changing climate. This is a big one. We know that active land management is going to play an essential role in mitigating and adapting to climate-related risks. I look no further than the thinning activities that my department does in our forests to try to prevent catastrophic wildfire. A role for natural and working lands. New Mexico Department of Agriculture is a member of the committee, Secretary Whitty and his staff. Active management of farms, ranches, and forests can promote several of the conservation values in the EO. So contribution of those lands must be accounted for when we're defining what conservation means in New Mexico. And I will get to the definition question. Just a few notes. I'm not expert on the federal 30 by 30 initiative. State Forester Laura McCarthy is. I'm sorry that she couldn't join me today, but I want to just help you see some of the ways that there are parallels between the state effort and the feds. Collaborative approach to conservation, conserving lands and waters for the benefits of all people, locally led, locally designed conservation efforts, honoring tribal sovereignty. Again, I won't read all of them, but I want to highlight honoring private property rights and supporting voluntary stewardship and using science as a guide. Some of their other focus areas are on creating more outdoor opportunities, supporting tribal efforts, collaborating on conservation of fish and wildlife habitats and corridors, outdoor recreation, voluntary conservation by fishers, ranchers, farmers, and forest owners, and creating jobs. So the key concepts under the EO are to, as I said, a goal of having at least 30% of all lands in New Mexico conserved by 2030, with an additional 20% designated as climate stabilization areas. But what do the terms mean? How do we count? What does it look like? That's what the committee is working on. This is not the answer on this slide, but it is, I think it's helpful to get our heads around the types of land management that exist in New Mexico and how they look when compared to each other. There's a little bit of double counting here, but you can see state parks, part of my department, tiny but wonderful. National parks, those are pretty clearly conserved areas, right? You go on down the list through national monuments, roadless areas, wilderness, DOD lands, sovereign lands, are just there for perspective, not to say that they're necessarily all conserved. There's a little double counting on private lands and the conservation easements, for example, but this is just to show scale. So the International Union for the Conservation of Nature does have a definition of protected areas. We're probably not going to use exactly this, but for example, they say a clearly defined geographical space recognized, dedicated, and managed through legal or other effective means to achieve the long-term conservation of nature with associated ecosystem services and cultural values. Pretty specific. On climate stabilization areas, there's a formative paper, scientific paper by Dienerstein et al. That first suggested this term to describe intact and semi-intact lands that store a relatively large amount of carbon. They may or may not qualify as conserved, but they might be conserving a lot of carbon. So it's complementary, but separate. So what are we doing? As I said, the committee has had a couple of organizational meetings to try to work out our timeline and our process. We've had meetings with sovereign nations. We are starting our public engagement now. I have another slide on that in a minute with some links, but we will be releasing a draft definitions for public feedback soon. We're also, this is really important, especially as we get into budget time, but we're reviewing our existing programs that can contribute to 30 by 30, any opportunities, barriers, what's going on with those. And then we have a first report due to the governor by the end of the year. Good. Existing programs, I'm going to have a couple of slides on this. We do have a lot of programs and tools already. The legislature has been busy over the years giving us those tools, and frankly, people think 30 by 30 is brand new. A lot of our task is just taking stock of all the good work that we're already doing in the programs that exist and seeing how far that gets us. I think it's going to get us pretty far. A lot of them contribute to preservation or enhancement of conservation values across the state. And several of them offer grant opportunities to stakeholders to incentivize conservation. So at our department, we have the Natural Heritage Conservation Act and the Forest and Watershed Restoration Act. Those programs both can potentially provide grant funding and do landscape scale treatments. For example, I talked about forest thinning. Department of Agriculture has some programs. The soil and water conservation districts do great work and have wide latitude to engage with private landowners in a way that some of us on the cannot from state government. The land office is doing some really interesting work where conservation leasing compatible with grazing leases and land exchanges. Environment Department has a river stewardship program that's also a grant program. These are just examples. This is not exhaustive. Some more cultural affairs, not always your usual suspect, but they preserve a lot of sites, including sites along the Rio Grande, down south, really, and they're really interested in partnering with us on this. Game and fish, so I won't lecture you on game and fish, but great partners. And then the outdoor rec division, relatively recent arrival, but doing incredible work already. So how can people be involved? We have an RFI on the street right now. There's a link here. We also have a website on 30 by 30 with all of this information. And it's asking the public, somewhat generally, it's sort of our first effort to collect information about what's happening in communities, how do people feel about conservation, how would they define it, how can state agencies improve what we're doing. This is the first step before the next RFI, where we'll actually try to take all that information in and then present draft definitions for conserved lands and climate stabilization areas and ask for public feedback on whether we got it right, and if not, how do we adjust. So really hoping that we get a lot of participation here because it's important that we get it right. I know that a lot of people are really excited about this initiative. Some people are a little nervous about this initiative. This is where people can help us dial it in and tell us exactly what they think works. I think this is almost the last slide, if not the last one. This is our timeline for this year, generally. You can see the first quarter was very much getting going, launching the website, virtual information sessions, responding to DOI's request for input on the conservation atlas, which we did in writing, and did tribal outreach in March. April through July, we've been working on these draft definitions, looking at the RFI information that's still coming in, got that out, and continuing tribal consultation, which we will throughout the process. This quarter that we're in now, kind of coming up, second RFI will come out next month. We'll be having additional meetings after that. It's not just an RFI, we'll have some public meetings to take feedback and have discussion. Depending on the status of the pandemic, which so far is, thank goodness we're here together today. And then we'll be starting to really review, organize, summarize that input that we got and try to have that available. And also identifying gaps in state programs. That's a big one. And I know people in this room have thoughts. And then the final quarter is kind of pulling it all together, looking at options, barriers and opportunities, and continuing to engage with the federal government. We don't end in December. That's not the end of the road for 30 by 30, but that's just the work plan for this year, and then we'll see what next year needs to bring. I'll just close with saying it's a lot like some other initiatives we have, for example, like our climate work, where you have a big overall target, but there's a lot of things you need to do to get there, and and you have to track and count and make sure that you're making progress and continue to check in with people along the way, and that's what we're hoping to do. So I really appreciate the opportunity and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Well, I think that's very impressive. I want to say thank you, Madam Secretary. It's wonderful. I was present when the governor launched the executive order, and I was very honored. What struck me, she wanted to see action. She made that very clear. And what I'm hearing from you today is that action. It's a lot of collaboration. I see a lot of communication, how you're working with the public, the RFIs, all of that. Using existing resources, I think that's very good. And being results oriented. I love that part too. So I want to say thank you very much for the effort that you're doing. And I'm always interested when I hear from the public or from the commissioners or from the department, my initial thing is, what can I do to help? And let me take off my commissioner hat. And I'm just a little resident of Santa Fe, New Mexico. Me personally, the biggest bang for my buck, what do you think I could do to help?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. I think starting out, and thank you for being there when we launched the initiative.
Yeah.
Several of you were there. Starting with the RFI, honestly, we really do want individual citizens' feedback on this, not just, we know a lot of groups are going to respond, but we want to hear from people about what they think and what their concerns are, too. Then we can't do anything if we don't hear from people about what this is what you do every day. So that's number one, and I know that seems basic, but that's important. Then, in terms of the commission, I think it would be great, continuing to support the budget for the department, the efforts that you already have underway. I'm working with Director Sloan and some other agencies on a proposed conservation funding initiative that would be kind of go bigger than we've done before in a more organized way with a lot of stakeholders, and optimistic that maybe this is the year. We'll see. So as that develops, we look forward to working with you on that.
Excellent, thank you. Commissioners, anybody else, questions, comments?
Yes,
Vice
Madam
Chair.
Chair. First of all, thank you so much, Secretary, for being here. It's really lovely to see you and get to check in. And I haven't seen you in some time, so I'm happy to get to see you. Yes. And I just want to know, based on the state, the amount of federal acreage in the state, can you talk a little bit more about some of the departments are doing to make sure they're coordinating with some of the federal work that's being done.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So we have a really good working relationship with the Forest Service and the BLM in particular. We have a shared stewardship plan with the Forest Service. That's a 10-year plan that the governor signed in 2019, so it's relatively fresh, and it helps us prioritize work on Forest Service land, treatments, fire prevention, management, those kinds of concepts. So some of the tools are in place. A lot of it is funding dependent, the work that needs to happen. So on both sides, like, we're encouraging each other to just go for it on the funding. So that relationship is strong. With the BLM, also, a good relationship, maybe a little bit more extractive resources tend to occur on BLM lands, and so some areas are not going to be appropriate to count towards 30 by 30, but others might, that are managed for recreation. And so we're going to have to get in the weeds a little bit. Some of it goes back to the Atlas, but get in the weeds a little bit with BLM in particular. DOD, I'm not so sure yet if anybody has any thoughts on how to do that. That's a little trickier. They're obviously a little more sensitive on their, it's not a public land in the same way as a forest, national forest, or BLM lands. So
But they
the
can
relationship
conserve
is good.
for species
They can. There's
conservation.
some things
so,
they can do. So
yeah.
it's not counted out, it's listed, we just have to figure out how to do it. So yeah, it's really the what counts, obviously wilderness areas, sure, that's pretty obvious, but some of the other land, like, we just need to understand like how it's being managed and what counts. But there's good collaboration there. We have Secretary Holland being from New Mexico, like, she gets it. So I think it's going to be a really good partnership.
That's fantastic, and I encourage you to really reach out with ag as well. I know that's really not under your purview, but, with the Forest Service, you are doing that, but NRSC is another opportunity for some funding to really work with some of the landowners to do some mitigations around their space. So that could be helpful for them in some designation. And I assume Nature Conservancy and other groups, some of which I formerly belonged to, are helping and participating as well.
We've gotten some really good input from New Mexico groups or chapters, New Mexico chapters of national groups, and there's been a lot of thought in this area, and I think we're benefiting from that as we embark on the New Mexico version.
Well, thank you so much for all your work on this.
Thank you.
Commissioners? Commissioner Salazar Henry? Okay. Well, thank you again for your time, and it's nice to see you.
Thank you for inviting me. It's nice to see you all. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Take care. Actually, please come back.
Oh.
I have a public comment on, I think. Yes. Yes? Yes. Brandon Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, that was a great presentation. That's cool, that 30 by 30. I kind of wondered where that was going, that executive order. It's awesome. So,
Just for you.
Thanks, brother. So I noticed that one of the top line things that you mentioned was food security, recreational opportunity, and the conservation effect on private land. Well, guess what? That applies to what the Game Commission does. So I'm assuming that what the executive order and what you're trying to do there is to create New Mexican food security, New Mexican recreational opportunity, and obviously private land in New Mexico. So, like, I picked up the paper yesterday, and it seems like, once again, that the state has more revenue than it even knows what to do with, right? So I suggest that in order to create more New Mexican recreational opportunity and food security, we've got 13,800 E-plus permits, 75% of those go to out of state, so that food security is not New Mexican food security. That recreational opportunity is not New Mexican recreational opportunity. So within the framework of 3030, that you're talking about using existing state resources to help pay for this, and we have more money, we know what to spend, why wouldn't we apply some of the money to create more New Mexican, specifically elk hunting opportunity because now we're just funding it, so we're in this trap where, oh gee, we have to generate as many non-resident licenses as possible. So I think you could pull all that together and create some New Mexican opportunity. We have the money now, and we have the motivation with 30 by 30. And that will be my comment on your RFI 1.
Thank you.
Also, New Mexican recreational opportunity, when you do that, you get a double bang for your buck as far as the economic impact, because if I'm a New Mexican hunter, I'm going to go down to my local archery shop and buy my bow. I'm going to be buying my food and stuff here. Also, if I'm hunting out my back door, the carbon footprint of my activity is much less if I'm doing it from, if I'm driving to Gallup or Grants instead of flying from New York or Ohio. So, you get a lot of opportunity there. Opportunity barriers are the financial that I talked about. We've got to, if we create more resident hunting opportunity, we've got an obvious non-resident license revenue hole. Like I said, we can address that because we're all going to be spending money on 30 by 30. Why not put some towards game and fish to help plug that hole a little bit? It's a rounding error. It's a rounding error of just the new money, not just the state budget. It's a rounding error. This license revenue that would be lost by making New Mexican opportunity is a rounding error, right? So I think the political leaders could figure a way around that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments? No. Okay. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Have a good day. All right, Director, we're on item number 11. We have, item 10. Sorry. This is Paul Varela, Department Chief, and Joe Miano, Department Director, on the FY22 budget review and FY24 budget proposal. Commissioners, this is an action item, so let's listen attentively, as we always do. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. As you just mentioned, today we will be presenting a fiscal year 2022 financial and budget review, and the fiscal year 2024 operating budget proposal, which is the action item. All right, I'm going to go ahead and start with the 2022 financial dashboard for the entire entity. That includes all funds. So this is the dashboard that you have all seen before. I think we last presented it at the special session in Santa Fe. So for today, we have updated the numbers through the end of the fiscal year, so through June 30th of 2022. The fiscal year has closed now, but we are in the middle of the audit, so there still could be some changes from what we do present today. All right. The total revenue for the agency across all funds was $73.6 million. That's up $17 million from the prior year, so a pretty significant jump there. The majority of that increase in revenue is from federal revenue, actually. For example, we received $5 million in ARPA funds, and we also received, close to $10 million in federal funds for the purchase of the Albar property. So we had a big jump in our federal revenue, which you'll see. Or actually, which I'll explain right now. So the federal revenue was $39.3 million on the fiscal year. That's compared to the service revenue, which was $32.9 million. So federal revenue exceeded service revenue. That's probably the first time I've seen that happen. Usually the service revenue exceeds federal, so federal obviously up for the fiscal year 2022. All right, now the total expenditures for the fiscal year for the entire agency was $75.9 million. That's up $24 million from the prior year. Again, a pretty big jump. Most of that increase was in capital outlay. We spent $32.5 million in capital outlay in fiscal year 2022, and that's up from $9.2 million in the prior year, in the year 2021, so a pretty big jump in capital outlay. Obviously, as you know, a big chunk of that is from the land purchases that we had. The resource conservation expenditures, which is mostly like our operating budget, was up just about $1 million from the prior year, so a little increase there in resource conservation expenditures. Real quickly, in the upper line graph that you see on the upper left-hand side, I just want to explain the spike there that you see at the end of the fiscal year. That's mostly due to the property purchases and just year-end activity. So that's why we tend to see a spike in expenditures at the end of the fiscal year. But it was even more so this year because of the property. All right, now the total cash balance across all funds did slightly decrease by $2.6 million. So we ended the year with a total cash balance of $46.4 million, again, across all funds. All right, now I'm going to shift to the financial activities specific to our three major funds. That's the Game Protection Fund, the Big Game Enhancement, and our Capital Fund. First off, I want to explain the line graph that you see there at the top, and kind of touch on that fluctuation there that you see at the end of the fiscal year. That's mostly due to the property purchases that we had. We had to temporarily shift some of our cash flow into Fund 887 to cover the purchase. We received a big chunk in federal reimbursement, so we had to cover that up front, so we had to transfer some funds to capital and then move it back. So that's why you see that that fluctuation there at the end of the year. I just wanted to quickly explain that because it looks a little odd. Now I'll go ahead and start with the Game Protection Fund. The total revenue saw a slight decrease from the prior year. In FY21, we saw $43 million in total revenue. In 22, we saw, in fiscal year 22, we saw $42 million. So a small decrease of $1 million in revenue. I think most of that's due to a little bit of federal funds being shifted over to capital. The Big Game Enhancement Fund, the revenue there has been relatively steady. We had just under $3 million in revenue in fiscal year 22. That's up, you can see in the graph, the bar graph there in the middle, that's up slightly from the prior 2 years. And now in capital, we saw a record year in total revenue at $24 million. And like I already mentioned, that's mostly due to the increase in federal funds like the ARPA and the reimbursement from the land purchase. All right, now moving on to the expenditures. The total expenditures in the Game Protection Fund decreased in fiscal year 2022 by about $2 million from the prior year. However, I do want to mention that we did transfer the $6 million from the Game Protection Fund into our capital fund for the purchase of the Albar property. And that $6 million doesn't get captured in revenue, it gets captured in just transfers. So even though revenue is down a little bit, we did have that $6 million transfer to the capital fund. And for the big game enhancement fund, again, just like revenue, it's pretty steady. Expenditures are just under $1 million there. And then for the capital fund, again, similar to revenue, we had a record year in expenditures at $34.5 million in total capital. The expense in the prior 2 years, fiscal years 20 and 21, was under $10 million, so a pretty big jump for FY22 in capital. All right, the cash balance in the Game Protection Fund decreased to decreased from $20.6 million to $18.6 million. So even though the revenue, we had more revenue exceeded expenditures, we had that big transfer of the $6 million into capital. So that's why we see the cash balance in the Game Protection Fund going down by about $2 million there. The Big Game Enhancement Fund slightly increased from $6.9 million to $7.1 million. And in the Capital Fund, we ended the year at $7 million, which was very similar to where we were last year. So everything we brought into capital, we spent essentially. So now shifting over to the operating budget versus our expenditures. I first want to clarify this does not, this is operating budget, so it does not include the capital expenditures. It doesn't include the Fund 887. I'm going to go ahead and start with our field ops, our program, which is P716, that's law enforcement. They had a total operating budget of $9.9 million. That's across all of our categories, personnel services, contracts, and other costs. Of that budget, they spent $9.4 million, so they spent 95% of their total operating budget. Our next program, Conservation Services, which includes WMD, Fisheries, Information and Education, and Ecological and Environmental Planning, they had a total operating budget of $26 million across all categories. Of that, they spent 23.7, so 91% of their total budget for conservation services. The next program, which is Depredation and Nuisance, that's P718, this is our smallest program. They have an operating budget of just over $1 million. Of that, they spent $740,000, which was 71% of the total budget. All right, and lastly, the last program is P719, which is our program support. That's ASD, admin, IT, HR, and property management. They had a total operating budget of $7.9 million. Of that, we spent $7.3 million, which was 93% of the total budget across all categories. So really, other than the small program, our depredation program, our other three larger programs, sorry about that, spent over or at least 91% of the total operating budget, so pretty efficient there. All right, now I'm going to briefly review the license sales. So this is the first quarter license sales for the current fiscal year 2022, the current license year 2022. So these are the sales from April 1st through June 30th of 2022, which is the end of fiscal year 22, but the beginning of the license year 2022. So these next two slides are going to focus on deer, elk, pronghorn, and fishing licenses. I'm going to start with the number of tags sold between residents and non-residents. Just to clarify, most of these sales are from the draw for the big game draw. Other than fishing, of course, is over the counter. So through the first quarter, we've sold approximately 3,000 non-resident deer tags and 27,000 resident deer tags. For elk, we've sold about 2,000 non-resident tags versus 20,000 to residents for elk. For pronghorn, we've sold just 235 tags to non-residents and 2,000 tags to our residents, a little over 2,000 tags to our residents. And then for fishing, we've sold 27,000 licenses to non-residents and 120,000 licenses to our residents. So obviously you can see from these charts here, the majority of the sales are to our New Mexico residents. All right, now those sales that I just mentioned have generated $7.5 million in total revenue. Of that, the non-residents brought in $3.6 million in revenue, and the residents brought in $3.9 million in total revenue. So again, this is just for the first quarter of the current license year. So before we move on to the FY24 operating budget, are there any questions about the 22 dashboard or these license sales? No?
No, continue on.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Joe. Thank you so much for the presentation. As usual, it's very informative. I just have a couple of questions. Can you tell me a little bit about the service revenue? Was it an increase or decrease from the year before? And if we know why the revenue was up or down?
So the service revenue increased from the prior year. It had a slight increase in the prior year. It's been pretty steady though. It's pretty steady. We don't see very big fluctuations in the service revenue.
So it's approximately how much do we know why it's increasing? Are we getting more licensed buyers, or do we have more non-residents coming in? Do we know why the service revenue is increasing from year to year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I do know one reason for the service revenue increase. So this is across all funds, and we did increase our habitat stamp. We doubled the habitat stamp, so that could be part of the increase in service revenue.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, part of the increase is also due to the increased sale in non-residents.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the big game enhancement fund increased from the years before. Is that because we brought more money in on the auctions and lotteries? Is that what the deal?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yes, that is a possibility. I don't know off the top of my head what the amounts were for, the auction amounts for each species and what the tags sold for. Also, it could just be the additional sales for big game species tags.
Okay. My last question is, looking at the amount of employee salaries and benefits for each of the major programs that went unused, do you expect that? I totaled it at around $1.6 million across all the different programs. Is that due to vacancies? Is the final payroll number that sometimes runs into July going to bring that down further? Are we going to be able to use that in the coming year for more salary adjustments? I was just wondering about that $1.6 million.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, you are very close in that number. That money will not be spent. A lot of it is due to vacancies throughout the fiscal year. That money, as you know, remains in the Game Protection Fund or in any of the other funds that are associated with salaries. So that money remains in each fund, and we will be able to use that funding in the future for salary adjustments or just overall budget for the personal services and category.
All right, thank you.
Director
That's all
Sloan,
I
do you
have,
want
Madam
to
Chair.
comment on that?
Madam Chair, thank you. Yes, I guess I would also point out that we did, I was going to say this later, but I'll say it now, we did get the opportunity through the legislative process and the governor signing the last year's budget to do increases this year, and I would anticipate that as we fill vacancies and with those increases, you'll see much smaller, if not a zero, leftover balance in the personnel services. So I think what I'm trying to say is I think we'll get it spent out this next fiscal year, or very close.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Commissioner. Continue, please.
Madam Chair, so I will be presenting the fiscal year 24 operating budget request. Fiscal year 24 budget request remains flat compared to fiscal year 23 at $48.2 million. This services 308 full-time employees. It includes $28.2 million for personal services, $4.2 million for contractual services, $15.4 million for other costs, and $182,000 for other financing costs. The main differences between fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24 is the department shifted funding from the contractual services category and other cost category into personnel services to ensure adequate funding for vacancy reductions in fiscal year 24. These next few slides, I will be describing how each division's budget fits into the overall budget request. The first division is the Wildlife Management Division. This services 56 full-time employees with a total budget of $11.8 million. 5.5 is in personal services, $1.6 million in contractual services, and $4.6 million in other costs. The Wildlife Management Division oversees wildlife management areas, statewide habitat restoration, wildlife research and management, and this division also includes the wildlife nuisance and abatement programs. The next division is the Fisheries Management Division. The total budget is just over $10 million, and it includes 63 full-time employees. $5.2 million of that is in personnel services, just over $1 million in contractual services, and $3.5 million in other costs, and $182,000 in other financing costs. The Fisheries Management Division oversees hatchery operations and production, fisheries research and management for sport fish and native fish, and they also monitor angler satisfaction and aquatic invasive species. The next division is the Field Operations Division. This services 99 full-time employees. The total budget is $11.4 million. $8.9 million of that is in personal services, $98.7 thousand for contractual services, and $2.4 million for other costs. This division oversees law enforcement operation, guide and outfitters, special permits, and revocations. The next division is the Ecological and Environmental Planning Division. There is 7 full-time employees in this division with a total budget of $1.2 million. $685,000 of that is for personal services, $452,000 for contractual services, and $94,000 in other costs. The Ecological, this division services the Wildlife Action Plan, the Share with Wildlife Program, the Environmental Review Tool, and the statewide riparian map. The next division is our Information and Education Division. There are 28 full-time employees with a total budget of $4.6 million, $2.8 million in personnel services, $394,000 in contractual services, and $1.4 million in other costs. This division oversees all education programs, including the off-highway vehicle program. It oversees marketing and advertising, the information and call center, and all media relations. The next division, well, actually the next program, includes several divisions and has 55 full-time employees with a total budget of $8.9 million, $5 million in personal services, $612,000 in contractual services, and $3.2 million in other costs. The services provided in program support include financial operations, administrative operations, information technology, property management, and human resources. And that's the entirety of the fiscal year 24 budget. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions for that.
Actually, thank you, Chief Varela. Can you go back to slide 16, please? In Fisheries Management, the other costs of $3.5 million, are those housing costs? Would that include housing? What's the other costs? Give me an example.
Madam
I
Chair.
was looking at the director, I apologize.
Madam Chair, I'm pretty familiar with this particular division.
Okay, yeah.
Things like fish feed, fuel, vehicles, we do have occasionally buy housing in this category. So yeah, it's a mixture of everything that's not a contract or a pay and benefit.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and talk about RAWA now. So in addition to the flat operating budget that Paul just discussed, we are also going to request a $9 million one-year special appropriation for RAWA. Now, of course, as you all know, this would be on the assumption that RAWA passes Congress. And I know Mike's going to give a more detailed presentation tomorrow about that, I think. So I don't want to go into those details there. But assuming it does pass Congress, and we also receive the $9 million special appropriation from the state, we would be able to match up to $27 million in federal funds. So that would create an additional $36 million in new funding to the agency. Now, most of that $36 million would be used for growth and expansion. However, we have identified a minimum, and I want to stress a minimum of at least $5.2 million in our existing operating budget that we would be able to shift over from being funded by license sales, essentially, to being funded by RAWA. So that $5.2 million that we've identified, that would be savings to Fund 198, and that includes 29 positions across the agency that should be eligible for RAWA at 100%, and that includes the Glenwood Hatchery, our native fish biologist, all of the Ecological and Environmental Planning Division, 2 positions in Information and Education, and 7 positions in WMD. And then we've also identified some contractual services and some other costs that we would be able to shift over and move into RAWA as well. So that would leave about, if we were to do that and shift those existing expenditures into RAWA, that would leave about $30.8 million for expansion. Okay. So lastly, with the proposed operating budget and the RAWA assumptions that I kind of just reviewed, we've developed 3 projections for the Game Protection Fund. Now, the first scenario, that's the sort of reddish line that you see there at the bottom of the line graph. That's scenario 1, and that scenario actually does not include the RAWA savings that I just discussed. However, the other assumptions that we've made for scenario 1 includes flat license revenue, so like no license fee increases, federal revenue at 37.5% of the operating budget, and then we also have expenditures increasing. We have the 200s and, the contractual services and the other costs increasing beginning in fiscal year 25. And it also includes the $7 million for the Bear Canyon Dam. So under this scenario 1, you'll see that the balance would decrease to under $10 million. The cash balance would decrease to under $10 million by fiscal year 26 and down to $4.6 million by fiscal year 28. The next scenario, scenario 2, that's the yellow line that you see there at the top. That scenario includes the $5.2 million in savings to the Game Protection Fund, and then all other assumptions are identical to scenario 1. Under this plan, we would get to FY28 with a cash balance of $21.3 million. So a pretty significant difference with those RAWA savings. The last scenario that we put in here includes RAWA. However, we also added a $2 million per year capital expenditure beginning in fiscal year 25. All other assumptions are the same, so the license revenue is flat, federal revenue is 37.5% of the operating budget, and it also includes the $7 million for the Bear Canyon. Under that plan, which is the green line there in the middle, that would get us to FY28 at a cash balance of $13.4 million, so still above our $10 million minimum threshold that we kind of have for the Game Protection Fund. Okay, and that's all we have for you this morning, so we'll stand for any further questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Director Milano. Commissioners, any comments? Members of the public?
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Yes, Commissioner Salazar Henry, thank you.
I really appreciate the 3 different scenarios that Joe presented, because I've always been concerned about the fact that we are not going to make any real investments in infrastructure needs around the state. I'm going to again say that I believe that our hatchery system is in dire need of repair and upgrade to the tune of about $25 million. So keeping scenario 1 where we do nothing but fix Bear Canyon, to me is just not something that I think is even should be considered. The RAWA scenarios really give us an opportunity to continue with some sort of infrastructure plan until we can see how we can raise license fee increases at some point in the far future, according to scenarios 2 and 3. So I very much like scenarios 2 and 3 and continue with investments into infrastructure. I'm going to again make a pitch for focusing on hatcheries. But my question, and so this is just my long diatribe, I guess, but my question really becomes is there's going to be about 30 million expansion money available for RAWA intensive purposes. When will we be seeing how $30 million is going to be spent? Will we have that ready when we have to defend the budget in LFC hearings and then later on at the legislature starting in January? So that's my question.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, we are working up a list of projects. I think that's the place that we would start, is with projects on the ground as we then start into a hiring process for biologists and those sorts of things. But, you know, as you've seen previously, we have sort of that more generic plan at how many employees and that sort of stuff, and we're working on refining that. So the short answer to your question is yes, I expect to have a more detailed listing of things that we would do and places we would spend that money as we head into the legislative/budget season.
So do you anticipate using a lot of contractual money up front until you get FTEs in place to support the expansion?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think that's going to be the best way to get that money out the door and on the ground. We have, for example, the South Sacramento project that we're waiting for the Forest Service to sign off on the environmental compliance. But once that's on the ground, it would be a perfect project to pour a whole bunch of RAWA money into and try and get that work done expeditiously. So there are a number of projects around the state like that that I think would benefit from funding.
So far you've had an internal, you're working internally to identify projects and stuff like that. Is there going to be a point at which a lot of these non-consumptive use groups, I hate using that term, but is there going to be a time when they're going to be able to say, wow, I really like this, or hey, I'd really like for you to, put some more money in the Hemis Mountain salamander work or whatever. So how is that piece going to happen so that we know that everybody's content with, not everybody will be content, but that there's a pretty much agreement and about how we're deploying that money on the ground?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, most, if not all, of the projects that these would be put into have gone through a NEPA process, which has engaged the public pretty thoroughly. So I think that's one part of the process. Certainly we can sit down with the groups and individuals that have expressed interest in these things as we move forward. But right now, I think, at least initially, if we get this big wad of money shortly after October 1st for the next fiscal year, or federal fiscal year, during the next federal fiscal year, I think that we have projects, and then we can work with the public to identify those future year projects more easily and probably have a more robust public process.
And so with RAWA funds, we'll be able to expand habitat work on the ground since it is pretty much an ecosystem type process where we manipulate habitat or improve habitat?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yes. I think in almost every landscape that we have, we've identified species of greatest conservation need that would benefit from the work that's being done. So, as I mentioned with the South Sacramento project, there's the meadow jumping mouse as well as the spotted owl. So those are both species of greatest conservation need that would benefit from the work.
Mr. Director, thank you very much. I'll leave my comments here. I just want to close with saying I'm really excited about the opportunities RAWA is presenting and the fact that there's a good thought process going into how we can keep moving forward and put more money on the ground instead of trying to figure out how to hire people right off the bat. I know we're going to be in competition for a lot of biologists. It really is an amazing gift that we've been given because we are not going to be forced into austerity until we get a license fee increase. We'll have time to be more thoughtful about that. So that's my comments, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me the floor.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Vice Chair, did you have something to say?
Very, very quickly, we are lucky enough to have groups that cover a lot of constituencies and, the advocacy groups that are here today and on the phone. And I encourage you, not all your members are in New Mexico. A lot of your members or your collaborative associations are out of state. I'd really ask that in order for us to be able to benefit from RAWA, we really need you to ask your colleagues to reach out to their senators and their congressional members because we've got to get this thing passed. And this is a tight year. They have a lot of breaks this year. So this thing has to move quickly. And I really encourage you to have your membership encourage others to push for this. As we know, it started with Senator Heinrich, as well as others. There's a lot of folks signed on to this, but every senator, every congressional member needs to be pushed. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Well, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion. I see that one of our commissioners is not at the table, but Commissioner Salazar Henry, I see that you are there. I'd like to move to approve the department's fiscal year 2024 operating budget and allow the department staff to make the technical adjustments and changes necessary to incorporate assessment rate changes provided to the department and other executive agencies after this meeting and prior to the statutory deadline. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Director, I believe we have a sufficient number of members present to take a roll call vote.
Madam Chair, I believe you're correct. Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
He's coming.
Well, I think I already slammed the gavel. I'm so sorry.
Sorry, he's trying to catch it.
And I'd rather, and I'm not trying to roll this along or steamroll it through, but I'm going to say that motion did pass, and I apologize. It's already a little after 9, and we have not taken a break. And I did whisper to the vice chair that we do need to take a break.
It's after 11.
I know, after 11, I'm sorry.
She clearly needs a break.
I need a break. So what I would like to do, commissioners, department, and members of the public, I think at this point, let's take maybe about a 10, 15-minute break. And when we resume, one of the first discussion items, we should kind of look at our remaining agenda and see or come through with some proposals about how do we proceed, especially with the lunch hour coming up. So let's take about a 10 to 15-minute break. Thank you. Commission is back in session. I think we're ready to proceed with agenda item number 11. Chief Kirkpatrick, are you here? Biennial review discussion?
Madam Chair, yes I am.
Very good. It's nice to see you, and thank you for coming here today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So this is a continuation of the biennial review process, which is required to occur under the Wildlife Conservation Act every 2 years. Essentially, this is a director's report to you as a commission regarding the status of listed threatened or endangered species under state law. From a procedural standpoint, this review is limited to the movement of or uplisting or downlisting of species. It is not intended to list a species that is currently not listed under state law or to delist a species. Those are covered under different processes. So last March, we initiated the public comment period seeking public comment on the current list of species and whether or not the public had information on the biological or ecological information that would assist us in reviewing the status of those species. That ran through the 7th of June of this year. We have received no comments from the public during that time period. Since then, the department's recovery coordinator and our biologists have reviewed the status of the species and worked on a draft report, the director's report, which we're making available today. So we're seeking your support today in initiating the 14-day comment period as provided for in statute and rule. And then we will come back to you after that time period. We'll make revisions if necessary, come back to you at your October meeting for final adoption of those changes, or of the report, excuse me. This report contains no changes in the status, that being uplisting or downlisting of species. And so it's a pretty straightforward review. We did update a lot of the biological and ecological information in it, which led to those conclusions. I would note that there is a couple of recommendations in that report to consider delisting of those species. I did not include that in that presentation, in this presentation, so we don't confuse the biennial review versus other processes under the Wildlife Conservation Act. So that is all I have, and I'll take any questions.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions or comments? Do we have any questions or comments from the members of the public? Anybody online? Okay, well then, in that case, I'd like to move to authorize the department to initiate the opening of a 14-day public comment period on the director's draft 2022 biennial review of the state-listed threatened or endangered species. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Director, can we please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move on to the next agenda item, item number 12. Before we proceed, I did say something on the record that we would let the members of the public and the staff know and have some commission discussion about how we might break for lunch. And I'd like to suggest for the record that we proceed with the next 3 agenda items, or the next maybe 2. The agenda item on Sykes Act Projects, and then on the rule hearing possibly. And that would get us to 12 o'clock. And then maybe we could break for lunch for about 1 hour. It's a beautiful place here in Gallup, New Mexico, and Commissioner Salazar Henry and Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe, I think you'd love it out here. It's just very, very nice, but that's just for the record. And I'm going to just go ahead and proceed, if that's okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. So, I am looking for Chief Stuart Lively. Chief Stuart Lively, I'd like to hear about the Sykes Act Projects. That's agenda item number 11.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, thank you. So I'm going to give you an update on the program. The program went under some major revisions in 2021, about a year and a half ago, and kind of give you some general overviews that have happened in that time, and also kind of give you an update on some projects that the Citizen Advisory Committee just kind of approved or moved forward at their last meeting just a couple weeks ago. So this program used to be a regional Citizen Advisory Committees. If you all recall, 5 different regions in the state. We then lumped it into one bigger region within the state of 9 members. The other big change that was done by the commission was increasing the fee from $5 to $10 on that habitat stamp fee that everyone pays when they purchase their license if they're going to hunt, fish, or trap on federal land. And then another big requirement in there is now 50% of those funds need to be dedicated towards fisheries projects, because a lot of that funding does come in the form of fishermen and women buying habitat stamps. So real quick, just a little bit on the expenditures since the change, or expenditures and or commitments towards expenditures. So $4.75 million have been committed or expended on the program since the change went through. $750,000 of that was in that first year of it during the transition period. That was for 19 projects. The majority of those being completed. This last fiscal year, we only had 1 project that was not completed. That's actually the highest completion rate that we've had in a fiscal year in the last decade. The one that we did not complete was a fencing project that actually bordered some private-public along what's now the Elbar Ranch. So the reason why we did not do it is because the commission, you all purchased it, so we'll work through it through other funding versus the habitat stamp. So that's why that was not expended. And if you will recall, some of the members that were on the commission at the time, there was a $2.5 million capital outlay project that was dedicated towards fishery projects that was put forth during not this last session, but the session before. And 7 projects were prioritized, and I'll get into details on those 7 projects here in a minute, for funding to expend that $2.5 million. And then just a couple, 11 days ago, the Citizen Advisory Committee just prioritized 14 new projects that I'll get into in a second. at a cost of $1.5 million for those. You know, one of our big things that we were discussing during the revision of the program was trying to make larger landscape scale projects, trying to be able to better leverage that money, et cetera. I would like to report from fiscal year 22, the average cost of a project was $39,000, and the average cost of the projects that were just prioritized by the CAC went up to $107,000 a project, nearly tripling the size of an individual project. So trying to make bigger differences on the landscape, I think through time, and when we get into it, funding in that, because the stamp price went up from $5 to $10, the account balance has increased. The account balance after we removed so last year you all approved a capital appropriation of $1 million out of that fund. That appropriation was approved and signed by the governor. We will be moving that appropriation from the fund into our capital outlay program to expend on these projects in the next couple of weeks. After that, we'll still leave about a $2.4 million balance in the Habitat Stamp Fund. We then, this summer, you all approved another $1 million capital appropriation that we'll try to bring forth to the legislature this year and to fund in fiscal year 25. So you approved that at your June meeting, I believe. And then I think what it means, though, is probably in fiscal year 25 is looking at a $2 million capital appropriation, and that will allow us to continue to grow the program and bigger, larger projects. So I do see next summer coming back to you all asking for a $2 million capital appropriation to grow this instead of the typical $1 million, in hopes to get more on the ground work. And that allows us to work with our federal partners to design and build larger habitat projects as well. So want to just show you this graphic real quick. It's a little hard to see on that screen, but those black stars represent the projects that were just prioritized by the CAC a week ago, 2 weeks ago. The kind of orangish it looks like right on there is the projects that were completed in 2022, and those blue ones are ongoing fish projects that we were part of that $2.5 million. So real quick, just on the projects during the fiscal year 22, we spent it on 7 different forest restoration projects. That forest restoration being anywhere from thinning of forests, masticator work, those kind of things, to prescribed burning. We did approximately 25,000 acres of prescribed burning during fiscal year 25 in cooperation with the federal land management agencies, mainly in the Carson and Santa Fe National Forest. I will point out it was not the Calf Canyon prescribed burn. That was not where we put our funding towards, but we did do prescribed burning within there. And then we did mechanical thinning. A lot of that mechanical work we're doing is in preparation for prescribed burning. So trying to make sure that it's mechanically thinned out so the canopy is not so much that a prescribed fire would take a hold and get into the higher canopy and become catastrophic. So at that, about $270,000 of forest restoration projects. And then we also did 7 different water structures that were completely rebuilt and 2 that were brand new that we installed in different areas across the state, totaling $136,000, a little over $136,000. One of the big things that we discussed when we were, we discussed when we were revamping the Habitat Stamp program is maintenance of waters and the issues of maintenance of previously funded Habitat Stamp waters across the state. And one of the things the Habitat Stamp Citizen Advisory Committee kind of took under them was a look at how to prioritize that, how to work through that. And I think the big thing that the discussion was is day-to-day maintenance is not as much important from the funding from this fund. That really falls on the federal land management agencies, that those water structures now fall under their jurisdiction. It's more on, are there rebuilds that need to be completely redone that the funding can come from the committee, or from the department and the Habitat Stamp program to either redo, rebuild, reconstruct, or just construct new ones. So not as much as the day-to-day maintenance that the Citizen Advisory Committee felt like was the responsibility of the land management agency that now has the structures under their authority. And then stream and wetland habitat improvements we did in the fiscal year 22. We spent approximately $205,000 on that. Some of them, what you'll see there on that kind of right, that beaver dam analogs, what we're trying to do is represent what beavers do, slowing down water, rebuilding those watersheds. And why we just can't put beavers in there, you'll notice there's no really willow component. Beavers are really necessary for, or willows are necessary for beavers. What that does is build back some of the willows actually, and then we could restore beavers back to the landscape. So we're trying to build those analogs, build back what it would look like, re-wet those kind of meadows, riparian areas, and then be able to bring back beavers hopefully in some of these areas through time. We did this on different jurisdictions of the Lincoln National Forest, Santa Fe National Forest, and then also kind of, you'll see that on the left, construction of riffles, slowing down water on the Valle Vidal, creating ponding, good for fish, good for wetting meadows, etc. And then a big thing that we've been focusing on is wildlife connectivity and habitat enhancement. Through a lot of it, you'll see fence modification. For example, pronghorn typically will not jump a fence, they go under a fence. So we've converted a lot of net wire fencing in partnership with the BLM in different areas to allow for better crossing of pronghorn through different areas. What that really does is allow them to capture, especially when you have spotty monsoon seasons. It allows them to go after and chase kind of some of the green, etc. We also worked in some of our higher density crossing areas, like on 285, getting close to from near San Antonio Mountain, building lay-down fences in the wintertime, for example, so we don't have elk tearing up fences or them tearing themselves up on fences. So we helped construct some of those lay-down fences on the Taos Plateau, etc. And then I mentioned some of these fish projects, that $2.5 million of capital appropriation that was approved for fish projects. The CAC went through in November of 2021 to approve different fish projects. This one, for example, is the Comanche Creek Restoration Project. What it's doing is kind of working to construct over 100 wetland and in-stream structures, which again, slowing down water, creating riffles. It really is ponding water, making it better for fish habitat, etc. It'll also improve that whole watershed, the riparian area. You'll see up in that topper end of that photo where there was some big cuts in that stream bank previously, and it'll come back up, fill in those cuts, those kind of things, and then overall improve the whole water stream and from the Comanche Creek down into the Costilla Creek, moving downward throughout that whole water system, watershed. Another one is in San Antonio Creek on the Santa Fe National Forest. This is one where, again, that willow component was completely absent, so we actually are going in and planting willows in some of that. So let's put shade over that stream bed for fish habitat, cool down the water, better for fish, also creating 37 beaver dam analogs on that stretch of water too, to then hopefully put beavers back in there. But the whole thing is just to get more healthier watersheds, in-stream work as well, riparian habitat that just has benefits for a whole suite of habitat from in the water from fish all the way into the riparian areas, which so many species of birds and terrestrial animals depend upon for healthy riparian ecosystems. Another one that was approved is this Costilla Creek fish habitat restoration. The project's going to improve fish habitat for about a mile along Costilla Creek by the construction of deep and shallow pools and channel stabilization, as well as other engineered in-stream structures. And it will protect, or enhance several miles of that stream. This is a stream where we have native Rio Grande cutthroat that will be important for that habitat enhancement for those fish as well. And then moving on to another a native grant, the native cutthroat, the Gila Trout, working on Willow Creek Fish Restoration Project, similar to that Costilla Creek, just doing in-stream structures and creating deep pools, deep and shallow pools, as well as other in-stream structures. But we're paying for some of the engineering so that work can get done. Fish habitat work is a lot more intense on the engineering side of things, dealing in the watershed, than say a lot of our wildlife habitat. So very costly in terms of that, but working to get the engineering done so implementation can come forward. And then kind of the last prioritization on our fish habitat was this Lagunitas Upper Rio San Antonio restoration. That's up there near, in the Carson National Forest, near the Tierra Maria land grant, and just kind of working on that stretch on improving fish habitat and angling opportunities along that stretch of the Rio San Antonio. And then lastly, kind of just want to go through the projects that were approved just recently, about 10 days ago, for the prioritization, I would say, for this next fiscal year. One of the things that probably was bigger on this year's prioritization is, as the Forest Service, because of some of the fires and the issues we had around fires this year off of prescribed burns, they put a moratorium on prescribed burning. It also put a little bit of a question on how much mechanical thinning do we want to do coming into next fire season, if we're not going to have prescribed fire on those kind of areas. Hand thinning, not necessarily mastication, but hand thinning. So I think there was a little bit more of a shift on projects that were away from some of the forest restoration this year and more towards some of these other ones like habitat connectivity. For example, the CAC prioritized $300,000 worth of habitat connectivity fencing projects, converting wildlife-friendly fencing, et cetera. Those are in the Taos Plateau area, more work up in there around San Antonio Mountain. This pronghorn restoration area, we've down north, and I guess it would be northwest of Roswell, we translocated about 300 pronghorn there 6-7 years ago, and trying to continue that restoration as those pronghorn allow them more freely to move across the landscape. And then they prioritize a project in the Little Hatchets for bighorn sheep, where we have redundant fencing in there and tearing out some fence. And then on Otero Mesa on some pronghorn stuff. And then we had 3 wildlife water sources, so 3 kind of drinkers or et cetera that were up for complete renovation, 2 on the Camado Ranger District and then 1 on the Roswell BLM. They also prioritized 2.5 miles of stream for initial engineering design. Again, the engineering is a very big component on the stream. That was on the Whitewater Creek and the Gila. That's experienced some pretty significant flow after the Whitewater Baldy fire, so some re-engineering on that. And then on the Rio Bonita on the Roswell BLM office. And then we had 6 riparian/wetland or spring habitat restoration projects totaling almost $725,000, spread off in multiple areas across the state, from the Cibola National Forest all the way down to the BLM, Carlsbad BLM district. So spread all across the state on different wetland restoration projects. And then I did mention that there was one forest restoration project that they did prioritize. That project's on the Rio Puerco BLM office, just north of the L-Bar. So we were continuing project work in that. We've been doing a lot of habitat restoration in that Ponderosa forest, just a continuation of that. Our goal eventually is to tie that into the L-Bar and do our habitat restoration on the L-Bar with other funds on the commission-owned property to make a larger landscape scale restoration project across there. And so with that, I would take any questions you may have.
Awesome job. Thank you, Chief. Commissioner Salazar Henry, I see you have some comments and questions. Would you like to go next, or sometimes I open it up to the public to see if we have anybody with some comments?
Madam Chair, thank you. Would you go to the public first, and let's hear from those folks, and then I'll have some comments.
Okay, very good. I'd like to invite David Heff to the microphone, please. Good morning.
Madam Chair, Commissioners. First, a little bit of background. I've been involved with the program for over 30 years, both personally and professionally for over 20 plus years with both the BLM and the Forest Service as one of the biologists putting the projects on the ground. I'm also happen to be one of your 9 appointed members of the committee. Stuart gave a very good presentation. I appreciate the fact that we finally got updates to some of those projects, because they have not been presented to the committee, which leads us to the fact that we do have some issues in the program. And they primarily revolve around a lack of communication and obviously some differing opinions as to what real collaboration is. I have spent more time, I'm quite confident in saying, in the last 2 years personally visiting proposed project sites with biologists on the ground than the rest of the committee combined. Before I even took this position on the committee, I had a lot of comments during the rules cycle to renew this program. I got a lot of input from federal people and also from retired game and fish people. A lot of it was not happy with the direction the program was going. And that primarily involved some of the processes and procedures changes that were going on. I like to gather information before I make decisions. I was asked to comment to this commission, the last commission meeting. I deferred till after we had our meeting last week because I wanted to see how it went. And if anybody listened in, you know I was very blunt in some of the issues I brought up at that meeting. When I go to the field and I have federal people use the words anger and frustration to describe working with this program, something's wrong. We need to have a better process of collaboration and communication out there. And I don't know how many may have listened to the committee. The committee's general consensus during the meeting last week was that we needed, and it needs to happen sooner rather than later, a meeting with the executive committee, which represents the three agencies, and the CAC to have a serious discussion about the current procedural process for this program. We had a big surprise this year. It was not discussed with us. The way the projects were proposed was completely changed, evidently on the sole discretion of the program manager. And we did not get the information we felt we needed to actually properly vet these projects. Unfortunately, one of the discussions I had with another committee member after last week's meeting was, and we used the term, we felt railroaded. And that's not the way we should feel. There's also been an issue with a lack of transparency. We no longer have a cooperators directory available to the public or to the commission even. I'm sorry, I'm at the end of my time. But
Madam Chair, I ask that he be extended.
I have been doing that with everyone.
Thank you.
I do that.
Thank you.
so anyway, I would like to make sure that you understand that the department last week, and I had further discussion after the meeting with the department executive committee member and the program manager, although I understand that position may be changing here shortly, and was very blunt. I'm a former Army sergeant, so I also don't beat around the bush when I have something to say. I informed the program manager that obviously there was some serious friction between him and some of the federal partners that needed to be addressed, and also pointed out to the executive committee member that there was supposed to be an annual meeting to discuss procedures with the CAC every year. So, great program. I mean, fantastic program. We do some good work out there on the ground. But we have some procedural errors we need to get by to ensure that we keep doing it and improve the program. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments from persons present here today? Okay, how about from online members? Okay. Well, then, in that case, I'm going to go to Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of the programs, I believe this is the only program the New Mexico Department of Game and Fish involved the very people who pay into this program to help decide how to deploy the funds on the ground to improve habitat. It's purely voluntary. And it's one of the programs that I've been involved with in my career, and then once I left Game and Fish, I was vice chair and chair of the Southwest CAC, and I was very proud of all the people that, in all various CACs that joined this program. When we started down this path, I believe in 2020 or 2019, when we started talking about changing the program, you know, we had several goals within our vision, and I want to remind everybody that was there because we have a couple of commissioners that aren't here now that were very instrumental also in coming up with the vision we had for this new revised habitat stamp program. We wanted larger projects. We wanted to quit having 25 projects on the ground for $50,000 each, and we wanted to start making progress on these landscape scale projects. In the Southwest, we had those big projects. I mean, we focused our money a lot on that, and other CACs at the time didn't. We wanted to recognize all the anglers who have been contributing into the program and set aside some money for, half of the money at least going to fish projects. We wanted to go to one committee, which helped the more qualified folks that would be able to do all this work, and at the same time, provide expertise and willingness to be there. We wanted to have enough funds for large projects, so the sportsmen asked us to double the cost for them. They wanted more money on the ground. And so one of the things that we also wanted was to better ID what the water needs were out on the landscape. I believe Stuart at one point had said was hoping to GIS map all the water locations, and that we'd be able to see where the water currently was and where we need more water that was actually more valuable than just willy-nilly building drinkers all over the state. We wanted more money on the ground and lessen the cash balance. And we recognized that we had to quit growing that cash balance. It was a restricted fund and we needed more money on the ground. I fielded several calls and emails from very concerned CAC members about the issues that Dave talked about. I sat in on the meeting and just held, and I was
Was that a technical difficulty at her end or our end?
Madam Chair, that was on her end.
On her end.
She said she was having spotty service.
Yeah, okay. Commissioners, anybody else want to comment?
I would actually like to comment, and perhaps that'll give Commissioner time to get back on. Stuart, can you walk me through how the process, it sounds like there's clearly a disconnect in how the committee's feeling and how the staff, shared information, and what should ostensibly be happening, and how can we improve that? Because, these are folks who, much like all of us, volunteer their time, and, I think deserve to be treated respectfully and allowed time to mull over. I'm curious, we see this beautiful map of stars, and, I'm curious how projects were chosen. So I know I'm asking you more than one question, but let me hold on that piece. Let's walk through how the process should really be working.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Commissioner Archuleta, I think the biggest change, so one of the bigger changes that happened is historically a Forest Service or BLM biologist would put forth project ideas. And those project ideas would be submitted to the regional committees for potential funding consideration. I think one of the things that, and the challenges that we've dealt with as we start looking at the larger projects that we're looking at is it involves more than sometimes just the biological staff and those land management agencies, and it's working with some of the fire people, the range people, and those kind of things. And I think what I would say one of the biggest communication failures has been at sometimes in the federal agencies of biologists not even knowing about what projects are being proposed by their fire staff within that specific forest or that region. And as Dave spoke to, when you go out there and meet with, and he hears about a project and goes out and meets with a biologist, and that biologist may not even know about it. So I think there's a two-way communication that we could help deal with. The department could work with those biological staff members in ranger districts or regional offices at the BLM to kind of get them apprised or part of that project design and helping that out. And I think also the Forest Service and also BLM could help working with some of theirs. I think there's also a little bit of a concern of there was supplemental funding for some of the federal agencies previously where the supplemental maybe isn't the best, but the funding that maybe some biologists held on to is that was kind of how they were going to propose their projects versus what we were hoping to drive is a larger scale project and more holistic landscape type of a project. And in some of those forests and some of the BLM offices, it's been really beneficial. I think working through this, and I'm not going to try to use the pandemic as an excuse, but some of it was trying to do it remotely while your federal agency was working remotely, we were working remotely, the CAC meetings have all been remotely, and I think there's time and process where we can bring CAC to project sites, bring them out to areas and trying to explain what we're trying to do from a federal land management agency and the department's perspective on landscape level conservation. And I think that just hasn't been able to happen yet, and we haven't gotten there, and I think that's an important step. I mean, I think the biggest thing is this change is a significant change, and change is very difficult on some of this. When you had individual pots of money that was going to be spent across all 5 regions, we divided that, and now it's into one pot across the state. So some people were losing, if that makes sense. Some of those quadrants of the state aren't receiving funding, so if their project isn't as competitive, they're not going to receive as much. I do think that we can get better on the communication aspect of all agencies working together on this. I think, it's a significant change from the previous of what it is. And I think it's kind of working with the CAC and the Citizen Advisory and with the land management agencies on how we want to see this program progress. Our goal is to progress the program. We were trying to get money out there quick too. I think that's the other issue, is with a pot of money, as Commissioner Salazar Henry was saying, was building fast. And so you'll see that we put, a typical year prior to the change, we were putting $750,000 out on the landscape. In the last year alone, we just committed almost $4 million in one fiscal year. So trying to get that, work with the people, communicate that all the way through, probably we didn't do the best job as much as trying to ensure we had projects ready to go, work with those people, and probably didn't as much as we could have worked with the CAC to help develop that. And I think that was a fault on us a little bit too, is we could have had more of that, but the goal was to try to get that money out there too. Mm-hmm. Now that we know we have a more streamlined process, and we know that there's going to be bigger, larger funding coming in the future, I think that's where we could sit down with the CAC and the land management agencies to prioritize, work together, and understand the processes that we all want to move forward working together on.
I think that's a good start, but I would encourage the division, and I would like to actually direct the staff to communicate at least monthly in a written form or verbally on a Zoom call. You can do that quickly, even to the chairs, to ask the chair to share that information, what you're looking at, what the criteria you're looking at. That way, when it comes time, they feel like they've been in the loop the whole time. I mean, I just want to reiterate, these are individuals who are taking their personal time, it's unpaid, and it's the least we can do for them is to make sure they're continually getting information, they're getting updates. As you're updating locations and spaces with the other commissions, with the other agencies, that they know what the updates are. I agree, being outdoors, taking them out on these sites is something that would be great during any period of time. I understand the ramifications of COVID. However, we were all adapting to Zoom. We all could get on a Zoom call. I think the committee clearly would have done that more often if the opportunity had presented itself. So I really strongly insist that you do that more.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioners, do I have any other comments?
You have Commissioner.
Madam Chair, I'm back on.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. I apologize.
That's all right. I think the Vice Chair summed up a lot of the issues and the concerns that we've heard. And I guess my primary concern is the fact that they approved the 14 projects this year with very little information supporting those documents and no criteria that was uniformly applied to rank projects. And so I know that was discussed at the meeting. I just don't know, other than your personal opinion, how projects decided to get funding. It was something that we did in the Southwest. That was something we inherited, and we did away with it because we wanted to take bias out of it and just keep it focused on the true value of the project. And ranking criteria is important. I was really pleased to hear Daniel and his boss talk about the fact that they're going to get together and they're going to start developing that criteria.
A year and 8 months is a long time to go without criteria, so I really look forward to the department working with this body and recognizing just how valuable these volunteers really are to this program. And I would hope that we would look at maybe some of the old processes that were in place with the coordinating meeting with Forest Service, BLM, and Game Department staff, as well as CAC members. There was lots of discussions happening then that helped alleviate any concerns about what might be coming down the pike and where priorities might be set. I know Stuart has some great staff to work on this, and I know they're willing to work on this, and so I just think that this program will get better and refocusing and being transparent. Stuart, thank you for this presentation. This was something that we used to have to do to previous commissions, and it helps remind everybody how much work you guys really are doing and how much work the CAC is doing to get this money on the ground. So I'll end with that, well, my last comment is Dave Heft is like the Uber volunteer. He takes his personal time and money, gets in his truck, and he travels the entire state to look at these projects and talk to biologists. He is not the norm. And so when he tells me he has concerns about what's going on, I listen. So thank you, Dave Heft, for bringing this up. And the department will always remain a good partner with our sportsmen and our volunteers, and I know it's just going to get better. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Other commissioners, do you want to say something? Commissioner Lopez or Commissioner Fulfer? Okay, let me wrap that one up. Thank you again, Chief. You did an excellent job. I also want to say thank you for the public comment and for the commissioners' comments. I did slip a note to the director, and I did ask if we could have Sykes Act back on at one of our next meetings. As a chair, I am very results-oriented. When I hear, and I read every email, and I listen to everybody that speaks here, and I take copious notes. I'm very results-oriented, and it would be very helpful if the department could come back, if not at our Las Cruces meeting, but maybe our January meeting, right? And what I'm hearing from the commissioners is that let's see something, a baseline of what's happened today. What are the issues? What are the opportunities for improvement? What are we hearing? And then let's see what specific changes are occurring. Process, procedures, those communications, what's working, again, and let's just have a different type of report maybe, or the same kind of report but with another twist, okay?
May I suggest that they reach out to the committee just to engage on that as well?
Oh, of course.
I think that'd be actually very helpful.
They'll do that with not only the committee, but I think it will be also with some commissioners. So, no, thank you again, okay? It's 12 o'clock, or a little after 12, and I thought we might be able to get through item number 13. Director, you're nodding your head. Does that mean you want to go through agenda item number 13? You think you can?
Madam Chair, I think it's
Okay.
should be a fairly brief hearing.
And again, we need to take our time. We want to do this in a very deliberate manner. I'm not rushing things. We're all hungry, I know, but, Chief Kurt Patton, are you ready to go with agenda item number 13?
Madam Chair, yes, I am.
Okay, very good. Let's move on. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I think it is a rulemaking hearing, so there's opening the hearing process.
Oh,
that
I am so sorry.
I have it here.
No, I have it. Okay, my apologies. I was very focused on the agenda. So, let me say, This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of Attorney General. The purpose of this hearing is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing the landowner certification of non-navigable water rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 22, New Mexico Administrative Code, which will become effective on August 23, 2022. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Ryan Darr with the Department of Game and Fish. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and the department's website. Copies of the proposed amendment have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments. The rule hearing will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to wait until they are called to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized. And 2, speak loud and clear to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comment, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer. The audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rule after public comment portion of the hearing. Final Commission action, including adoption of the rule, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. Hearing item number 13, rule making hearing on landowner certification of non-navigable waters, 19.31.22 NMAC. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the proposed amendments to 19.31.22 NMAC for the record?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I have 5 exhibits to enter today. The first one is a copy of the Notice of Rulemaking Procedure, our hearing, that was published in the New Mexico Register. The second exhibit is a clean and edited copy of the proposed repeal of the landowner certification of non-navigable waters rule. The third is my copy of my presentation today. The fourth is a summary of the proposed rule, which has been published on the department's website, as well as Exhibit 5, which is a copy of technical information which was relied upon in the rulemaking process.
Very good. Exhibits 1 through 5 are hereby admitted into the record. Kirk, can you please introduce the proposed amendments to 19.31.22?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a brief presentation. This topic has been going on for several years, and in the past 6 months or so, there was a pretty significant, Mr. Director, would you like? excuse me, I left. One exhibit got left behind.
Oh, are there?
I just gave him a copy.
So are there 6 exhibits?
No, there's a total of 5.
Oh, but you just gave him a total of 5 now?
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So anyway, back in the spring of 2022, the New Mexico State Supreme Court issued a bench ruling on the Adobe Whitewater Club versus the New Mexico State Game Commission court case in which they declared 19.31.22, the landowner for certification of non-navigable water rule, unconstitutional. That was on March 1st of this year. Later that afternoon, the commission voted on an emergency basis under the State Rules Act to repeal that rule, given the direction of the state Supreme Court. On March 2nd, the writ of mandamus was issued by the state Supreme Court, wherein they directed the commission from refraining from any further implementation of that rule, as well as the need to repeal the rule and consider it void and unconstitutional. Oh, sorry. Under the State Rules Act, the emergency rule was effective for 180 days from the date of action. That would have been, I believe it's set to expire on August 28th of this year. And so we initiated the rule process to formally, permanently repeal the rule earlier this year. I believe we came to you in, it would have been June or so to start that rulemaking process. We started we also started the public comment process, and that we received no public comments to date on the proposed repeal. And so we're here today seeking your repeal of the rule. Again, the emergency repeal expires on August 28th of this year. And so I guess that's a summary of what we're here for. I think that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have, is there anyone from the audience, would anyone like to comment on the proposed amendments to 19.31.22? Okay.
Folks online.
Yes?
Madam Chair, we
Seeing
have...
nods like this, or shaking of the heads.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we have an emailed request from Carrie Romero on behalf of New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides. She would like us to read her comments into record.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Ryan. Could you please do so?
NMCOG is not opposed to a full repeal of the non-navigable waters rule. This was what the New Mexico Supreme Court ordered on March 1st, and we do not stand in opposition. The NMCOG is opposed to the NMDGF's overly broad interpretation as it relates to how the NM Supreme Court ruling applies to public recreational access to waters located on private land. The NMDGF printed in their 2022 fishing proclamation, by means of this court order, all water courses in the state that can be legally accessed are open for public recreational use. The NMDGF additionally provided NMCOG with written clarification of their current stream trespass enforcement policy, which stated, as long as you legally access the stream and stay within the free-flowing waters of the stream bed, the wetted portion of the stream, then you can access the stream for recreational use, fishing, floating, swimming, etc. NMCOG feels that these policies are an egregious misinterpretation of the March 1st Supreme Court ruling. The ruling directed that the non-navigable waters rule be repealed. However, they did not repeal the statute which specifically outlaws walking and wading on private property to access water for recreational purposes. The statute reads, "No person engaged in hunting, fishing, trapping, camping, hiking, sightseeing the operation of watercraft or any other recreational use shall walk or wade onto private property through non-navigable public water or access public water via private property unless the private property owner or lessee or person in control of private lands has expressly consented in writing, citing Section C, Chapter 17, 4, 6 in MSA 1978. She continues, in New Mexico, the stream bed of any waterway on private land with or without flowing water is unarguably owned by the private landowner. They pay taxes on that land. The legal description of the stream bed is included in their property deed, and the value of the stream bed is included in the real estate value of their property. The ownership structure has been in existence since New Mexico became a state in 1912. Private property owners have rights, and landowners should not be forced to accept unlimited and uncontrolled numbers of trespassers just because their property includes a stream bed. And without a New Mexico Supreme Court written decision stating otherwise, trespass on private property, including in privately owned stream beds, is still 100% illegal. The NMDGF and this commission are adding to the public's confusion regarding this issue, and this confusion is leading to some dangerous conflicts between unsuspecting anglers and landowners desperate to protect the investment on their private property.
Thank you. Anyone in the audience present here today, would anyone in the audience like to ask any questions of this witness? Okay. Are there any exhibits from the public that need to be entered into the record at this time? No? Okay. So, those that are registered and participated in the hearing will be included on the attendance sheet. At this time, the attendance sheet...
Pardon me, Madam Chair, this is Valerie Jo. I believe Ms. Romero's email should be included.
Okay, very good. Even though it was read into record? Even though it was read into record?
I believe we're up to number 6 then.
Okay, we can make, so I hereby clarify for the record, the email from Carrie Romero is hereby admitted into evidence as exhibit number 6. And it is so marked by the Secretary to the State Game Commission, the Director of Game and Fish. And those that are registered and participated in the hearing will be included on the attendance sheet, and therefore at this time, the attendance sheet will be marked and admitted as evidence exhibit number 7, because we did have a person speaking. So the comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed amendments at this time. I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at 12:17 p.m. today on Friday, August 19th, 2022. So, now may we proceed. Attorney General Valerie Jo? Okay.
Yes, now you would engage in any discussion and or vote if appropriate.
Thank you.
Discussion if there's needed, and then after that is done, you can
Okay,
vote.
very good. Commissioners, do we have any discussion? Actually, I take that back. I think we like to hear from the public, anybody present, but I did that during the meeting or the hearing. Commissioners, any comments? Questions? Okay, do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Yes,
move to repeal the landowner certification of non-navigable water rule 19.31.22 NMAC as presented by the department, and allow the department to make minor corrections to comply with the findings of this rule with the state records and archives.
do I have a thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. Director, can I please have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, Director. Okay, now let us take a break. It's 12:18. Should we shoot for 1:15, 1:30 for a return to the State Game Commission meeting? This meeting is hereby in recess.
Madam Chair, 1:13.
Oh, Commissioners, can you come back by 1:15?
Do our best.
Yes, 1:15 it is.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's now 1:25, State Game Commission meeting, and welcome everyone. We're back in session. Thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry and Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe. I see you are online with us, and we are on agenda item number 14. We have Chief Stuart Lively present to present subsequent discussion of the Deer Rule 19.31.13. So, are we ready, sir?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, yeah, I'm ready. So, as you will recall, this is our subsequent discussion on this. We had the first hearing or discussion of the Deer Rule at the April meeting. We went back since that time and kind of finalized some of our proposals based off the biological information that we've analyzed over the last 4 years to come up with what's kind of in front of you today. Just for a timeline perspective, this will be up in front for the subsequent discussion today. After today, any direction the commission would provide to us, if they see something different that they'd like to see, we would go draft the rule, post it on the New Mexico Register, Sunshine Portal, etc., and then it'd be up for formal adoption at the October meeting. So that's kind of where we are in the process with it. Just real quick on a little bit of the background on the biology of deer. Statewide, we think we have about 80 to 100,000 deer. The population is really driven by female survival and fawn survival. Those are the two factors that drive population dynamics, population growth, or decreases more than anything. You'll notice in deer, compared to a lot of some of our other species, we really don't harvest females. We're kind of in a stage of where we've tried to grow deer populations back. It's a function of probably climatic conditions, and which impacts their habitat, and predation is probably the two biggest things that impact deer populations. So our harvest, being a buck-only strategy for the most part across the state, is really not limiting population growth. It just has an impact on age structure of males more than anything. So in terms of long-term sustainability, we would like to see 35 fawns or more per 100 does, and that allows a population for stability. Anything above that, maybe some growth; below that, some declines. So you'll see our statewide average. We're right at that kind of threshold over the last 5 years of where we're seeing growth or stabilization. Some GMUs probably increasing, some decreasing, and that's reflective in the recommendations that we have for some increases in licenses, etc. Real quick, on just some of the composition ratios that we collect, that red graphic is the number of fawns per does we detect on a statewide basis. Over time, going back to 2001, you'll see some periods of probably better climatic conditions on those peaks, and then troughs of where we probably experience some drought years, etc. And you'll see that blue line buck to doe ratios have remained fairly consistent. A little bit of variability in there, but not a whole lot compared to fawn survival, which is a lot more variable than male survival because of our harvest. Last year, we estimated just shy of 9,000 bucks being harvested across the landscape, with almost 37,000 license holders. And then you'll see again, we are a very male-driven harvest strategy in the state. Only 138 does harvested statewide across New Mexico. So again, that doe harvest is not having any impact on population growth. Our recommendations is continue with just kind of that male harvest strategy. So the recommendations is more driven on kind of that hunt age structure of a male versus population growth. And then this is just looking at the annual harvest and the estimated number of hunters through time. That top line is our hunters through time. The red line is our annual harvest. And then that blue line is the 5-year average. You'll see fairly consistent going back to about almost 15 to 18 years ago, fairly consistent harvest through time. We did host 4 public meetings since the last time that we met with you all on this. Some of those meetings, we had that virtual and in hybrid, and we had 78 people attend in person and 74 that came in on a virtual. We've received 102 official comments, that's of 817, so we probably had a couple more comments in. The biggest comments that we're getting is on the scopes on muzzleloaders. I'll get to that in a second because that's for all species, if you recall, on the scope muzzleloader. We have 4 against. The other thing to note is we sometimes receive just the general or in favor of all recommendations. So we do a package of the recommendations. They're posted on the website. Some people want to specifically comment just about certain pieces, but then you have some individuals just commenting and saying they support all recommendations. So a lot of different comments in there. Overall, in general, you'll see a support for most of the recommendations that we've made. And again, some of those are really specific to certain GMUs or certain hunts, et cetera. Real quick, we really have 2 different management strategies for deer across the state. We either have what we call opportunity hunts, and that's really we're not looking for necessarily an older age class male, probably looking at harvesting 2, 3, 4-year-olds, not necessarily looking for 6, 7, 8-year-olds. That's more of our quality hunt management. When we have that, we're looking to put licenses on the landscape that still has an enjoyable hunt, still has a chance of harvest and success, but not trying to get the older age class males where we significantly reduce licenses and hope to have a much older age class male, higher percent success, et cetera. It also provides a higher chance of drawing the license. So an opportunity hunt, higher probability of drawing those licenses, and it really maximizes hunter opportunity without negatively impacting that male segment of the population. Whereas in the quality hunts, it's a wider range of male age class, but also has a lot older age class males in there, lower hunt density, harder to draw, et cetera. The main quality hunts in the state are in the northwest for the most part, into the north central, so that 2C, 2B, 5B, 51, those kind of areas. And then also we do the 23 Burroughs area, so that's just south of the Gila Wilderness, and then 27 in the Boot Hill, 33 and 41, which is kind of out in the sand hills in that region as well. So the broad proposals in front of us is removing scopes from muzzleloaders. You've heard me kind of state this out of every single one of these species proposals because we are proposing it for all. It's a manner and method change, but it will impact all of them. The justification for it is a couple-fold. When we first started having muzzleloader only hunts, success rates were almost half that are rifle hunts. What we've seen through time is those success rates are the same as rifle hunts. So what we're seeing is that it's no different than having our rifle hunts. We're harvesting twice as many males as what we historically would have, or whatever the species is, if it's a male or a female. Our justification for moving scopes from muzzleloaders is to lower success rates to some extent, and that allows us to continue to increase hunter opportunity or have a higher hunter opportunity. So we have more licenses to put in the draw. There's more opportunity for individuals to draw without having to cut licenses. Given the success rates we're seeing right now, we would think we'd have to cut licenses pretty significantly. So what you see in front of you is license numbers based off the assumption on removing scopes from muzzleloaders. I know there was some discussion at the previous commission meeting on some disability compliance with that, and we've looked into this a little bit. If you all maybe haven't recalled, but for the public's benefit too, there is a section in our manner and method rules right now that gives the director the authority to give a reasonable accommodation for individuals with disabilities. For example, if you're a blind person, right now it's illegal to have an electronic scope or an assisted computer-generated scope or something like that. The director can accommodate an individual that's blind by having a computer-generated scope. It could go above and beyond what's legally allowable in manner and method. So, excuse me, some of the things the discussions we heard about here is there's individuals with visual disabilities that by removing the scope, they would have the inability to hunt with a muzzleloader. The rule would allow the director to make a reasonable accommodation for those individuals that can submit with doctor's proof of a visual disability that would be uncorrected but with contact lenses or glasses. Our proposal, given a little bit more research, looking at other states, would to be also, because we have that provision currently in there, but also say that the scopes are not allowed on muzzleloader only hunts except for those individuals with a visual disability, and that can be, and scopes would be permissible for those that have a visual disability using the reasonable accommodation afforded by the director in, currently allowed in manner and method, and that accommodation would be a scope of a 1 power and no greater. So I think we have that ability. That addressed a lot of those comments earlier on that you noticed on the against. Some of those comments were against based off of visual disabilities, visual impairments, that we would be able to still correct while having scopes off. So I just want to make that clear. For all species rules, you passed 2 different species rules where the license were built on the assumption that muzzleloaders were coming off, and all these scopes are coming off of muzzleloaders. So I do want to reiterate, there is the ability, we'll put that additional language in the rule to clarify the 1X, but it still is the department's proposal to remove scopes so we still afford those license opportunities without having to cut. So I know that was a little bit long there, but just wanted to, a lot of discussions around that. You'll notice a lot of comments on muzzleloaders too. Other things, we just adjust season dates every year because we get a day calendar creep because we always start on a Saturday and then a 2-day calendar creep on a leap year. So we adjust them back every few years on licenses so we get the same general weekend or like first Saturday of October start, for example. And then we've tried to overlap, adjust hunts to minimize overlap with other species like elk and deer hunts with different weapon types, etc. Going more specifically, and I'll go across the state and the areas within the state. In the Northwest area, one of the biggest things that we are proposing is we currently have 2 youth-only hunts around the November timeframe. That's right in the middle of the rut for deer up there. That is kind of where we have more of a trophy management. We currently have quite a few tags in those units, almost 150 in those 2 units. We're proposing keeping a more limited number of tags in there. You'll see 15 tags in 2A in November, moving 25 out into an October timeframe. Those October timeframes were where we previously had those youth hunts. It's just, we'll keep the same number of opportunities. It's just redistributing the timeframes to really not target as much of those older age class males. We're also, when you purchase that LBAR property, because it makes a much larger wildlife management area, we're proposing creating a LBAR / Marquez Wildlife Management Area deer only, wildlife management only deer specific hunt of 10 licenses, so that's in the proposal. And then in GMU 7 and 9, just to the north of here, northeast of here, proposing a January archery hunt. We currently don't have one in those units. And then designating GMU 8, which is the Sandia Mountains, as a quality hunt unit. Overall, from a license change in the Northwest, we're proposing a 1% change in licenses, a reduction of 30 licenses. You'll see the biggest reduction comes in 2B. That is one of more of our trophy type, quality type management areas, and the proposal is to try to get an older age class male in there. And so you'll see that's where the biggest reductions come in, but we are creating new hunts in different GMUs, and so that overall is a 1% change in there in the Northwest region. Moving on to the Southwest, on White Sands Missile Range, we're proposing adding a second hunt in there. We currently have a hunt of just one hunt on there. We're proposing creating a new hunt of 5 tags on each hunt. And then with that forked antlered whitetail deer hunt, that's a cow's deer hunt that we're proposing, creating a new one in December in GMU 21, that's the Black Range. And then in 26 in the Hatchet Mountain Range. That's the little hatchets for the most part. And then creating a September forked antlered mule deer hunt and a forked antlered whitetail deer archery hunt in the Palencios mainly, GMU 27. We currently don't have a September hunt in there. And then the other is there's a Doubly and River Ranch wildlife management areas currently aren't open specifically to deer hunting. We're proposing and opening those up to deer hunting in those regions as well. Overall license increase of 2% in the Southwest region, or 185 licenses across the region. Moving on to the southeast area, this is where we heard from the biggest in the public of reducing deer hunts for the most part. Probably a little bit of a decline in the deer population over there overall. It's been pretty dry. The drought probably has had bigger impacts in there than some of the other regions. So you'll see when we get to the license number here, a bigger reduction in the southeast than any. We are proposing reducing the Huey. It's a Huey wildlife area. Antlerless hunts. That's for youth only from 2 hunts of 5. Just the deer aren't there as often anymore, so we're proposing reducing that down so to match what the deer herd looks like. And GMU 34 is moving some of those hunts so they don't overlap with other species and weapon types used in there. That's mainly elk hunts that are in there. And then in the Fort Stanton area, we've historically had a Fort Stanton youth-only area around Fort Stanton and GMU 36. It really doesn't make a lot of sense post some of those big burns. Those deer have moved into the big burns up on the mountain, and they're not as concentrated in there. And so we're just proposing removing that. If a person wants to hunt in the Fort Stanton area, great. But kind of the more quality deer hunting probably is up on the mountain on those previous burns. And then last year, you all purchased the Pipkin Ranch outside of Fort Sumner. We're proposing opening that up to deer hunting as well in there. And so overall in the southeast, like I said, this is where we're proposing the largest cuts across the state, proposing a 5% decrease in overall licenses in the southeast and a decrease of 610 licenses. You can look at each individual one of those quadrants if you want, but the biggest decrease in GMU 34 and then also in GMU 30. That's kind of to match what we've been seeing in the survey data. I gave you that kind of basis of that fawn to doe ratio of 36 to 100 over the last 5 years statewide, but in the southeast we've definitely seen lower fawn to doe ratios, which means there's less bucks being produced, which means we're need to adjust some of our harvest in there. And so that's how we came out with some of those license numbers. Northeast, we're just one quick proposed change there is we're starting to see more whitetail deer, the Texas whitetail deer subspecies moving westward. GMU 55A is completely a private land, but it would allow that species to be a whitetail deer hunt exclusively in there, and it just creates that. In terms of license numbers, we did see in the Northeast, we've seen some increases in deer populations in there. That's what the reflective is that 3% increase overall in the Northeast region, a slight decrease in 54-55, but overall an increase in the Northeast. And then across the state, if you add that all up, all those different regions, we're proposing a 1% change in license numbers across the state, a reduction of 370 overall. Again, the majority of that reduction came in the southeast with some increases in different regions. So that is our proposals for deer. And like I said, after this meeting, unless we get different direction from the commission on the changes, we'll draft the rule, post it on the register, Sunshine Portal, and our website, and then it'd be up for adoption at the October meeting.
Very good, thank you, Chief. Do we have any public comment? Yes, we do. And I think we have something that might be read as well. Gosh, Brandon Wynn. Sorry.
I do apologize for spending so much of everybody's valuable time, but this is, 4-year rule cycle is the time to make comments. I want to comment on the muzzleloader proposal, and I really support the department's proposal to remove muzzleloaders for the big game hunts across the species. It's a fantastic idea. Every year it gets harder and harder to get a permit to hunt, especially in New Mexico where we have fewer proportion of our hunt is done by public draw. We have so much private hunting, which you've heard me talk about a lot, which is just factually true. So the big kickback on this that I've been hearing a lot, and it's incorrect, but people are saying that it's going to increase wounding loss, right? So as a person that's hunted big game and killed big game with every weapon that's legal, lots of bow, muzzleloader, and rifle. What happens with a muzzleloader, if you have a scope on a muzzleloader, the hunters tend to shoot right beyond their personal capabilities with the technology that they're using, and the capabilities of the weapon that they're using. So if you have a scope, you're trying to shoot animals at 400 to 600 yards, right? If you don't have a scope, then you're talking 100 to 200 yards. So with a scope, you make the mistake and wound the animal out there, it's pushing a half a mile, right? So that error happens so far away from you that if you actually nick that animal, you don't see the animal's reaction, so it's so far removed from you, you don't know whether you really made the mistake or not. And so when you're hunting, whenever you responsible hunters, which most hunters are, once you take a shot at an animal, bow, rifle, muzzle, it doesn't matter, you go immediately to the location where the animal was standing. Well, at 600 yards, and I've done this, like I've gone through this a lot, I shoot very far with a rifle, right? So I know how hard it is to find that spot when it's so far from you, so you don't know where you are, so you can't find a blood trail. So you don't know, you don't see the reaction because it's so far away, you don't know whether there is a blood trail, and you can't find the blood trail if it actually exists. So, but if you're shooting with an open sight, first of all, it's an open sight, you're not looking through a tube, you really see what's going on because you are looking with your naked eyes at that animal when you don't have a scope. It happens at 100 to 200 yards. If you try to shoot further than that, unless you're, you know, a sergeant from the Army like Sergeant Heft over here, you know, you're only shooting like 200 yards and you're going to miss. So you have a high, if you're shooting at the limit of the technology and your capabilities, you have a higher probability that there is not a wound because it's a cleaner miss, right? And then if you do wound, it's happening, you know, barely across this room from you, right? So you know where that animal was, you find that blood trail, and that wounding loss goes down. So instead of continuing to hunt because you wounded an animal and then you go out and you shoot another one, you've killed two because most wounded animals die, right? So that is going to be much lower without the scopes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioners, do you have comments? Commissioner Lopez.
Chief Lively, is it, I'm looking at Unit 51B, page 58 of the 2022-23 RIB. Is there any way, scientifically, I must state that those tags of 10, 15, and 15 could be increased slightly, not majorly, slightly? Would the population allow it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, let me just get to this spot real quick. Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, absolutely. From a biological standpoint, I mean, they could be increased significantly. I think the question is if it wants to be more of the trophy management, older age class males, which was the target in there. I think what we would do is if we went into an increase in there, you might get a little bit lower age class. So it may not be as much of as many older age class males, may not be as much of higher scoring deer, but absolutely, if we went in and increased that some, we would just kind of make that age class from maybe an average of a 6 or 7, 8-year-old animal down to maybe a 5-year-old animal. So depending on how big that increase occurs will depend upon the age structure. I mean, I think if you took the hunt that's going to have the biggest impact in that unit is going to be the latest hunt. And so that late October hunt would have the largest impact. Typically, that's our highest success. Those earlier ones, that archery hunt, especially of 10 licenses, I think would have the least impact on the harvest. And so, yeah, I think if you wanted to move, especially like the archery hunt up from 10 to 15, and maybe that first rifle up by 5, I think you would have the least impact on that.
Can we look at doing that for the publication on the website? Now that herd migrates between the Rio Chama Wildlife Refuge and that unit, correct, and the Jicarilla-ish?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, yeah, for the most part, you are correct. The later one is going to be the migrants. The earlier hunts are the resident deer, so that herd has two different kind of separate subpopulations in there. The earlier hunts, you're going to target more of the resident deer that are year-round and maybe a little bit of migrant south towards Abiquiu. The later hunt is when we start getting deer in from the San Juans of Colorado, et cetera. So I think if it were proposing, from my personal perspective on that, from a least impact but more licenses would be the archery hunt and that first rifle, maybe 5 licenses apiece. I don't think that would have very much of an impact on the overall herd.
Okay.
So we can absolutely increase that.
Okay, so I'm going to stop both of you right there. That is, I think we need some specificity. You're saying 5 additional licenses, and that you said archery, and this is unit 53?
51B.
51B, excuse me. And now I'm going to turn this over to Assistant Attorney General Valerie Joe. I think she's online. I want to get confirmation that this kind of tweak is a non-substantive change.
Doesn't matter.
Right now, you're just doing discussion, I believe.
Can you be a little
Chair, so-
volume? We cannot hear you too well.
You don't have to worry about that.
We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
A little louder, please.
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Right now, you're at subsequent discussion. There's been no public comment period, and this is not a rule hearing, so there's plenty of time to discuss any changes you would like before it is formally published in the register and the website, and you're requesting public.
Okay, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, do I make a motion?
No, well, wait, let's continue to have more discussion. So thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Salazar, Henry? Did you have your hand up? Roberta? You're frozen there for a bit.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I just have a couple of questions, Stuart. What is the success rate with scopes right now versus what you projected to be without the scopes?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, it's variable across different units, obviously, depending on density of the animals. But overall, it's about a 35 to 40% success rate with scopes on most species. The projections, we think it may go down depending on the unit to 20, 25%, maybe 30%, but we think we maybe have a reduction by half on those. It could be less. It's hard to compare because New Mexico has been scoped for a long time, but if we look to our neighbors to the north, in Colorado, they do not allow scopes on muzzleloaders on their hunts. Their muzzleloader hunts run an average success rate at about 20%. So it could be as much as half of the success rate is what we're seeing right now.
So you've got a target of somewhere between 15 and 25 or something?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think our best guess is probably going to be higher than Colorado because we have lower density of hunters, higher success rates in general. I think we've projected off around a success rate of 25 to 30%. If we see less than that during this 4-year rule cycle, that will allow us during the next rule cycle to increase those licenses as we go into new rules. So if we overestimate what we think the success will be, it will allow for further license increases down the road.
Yeah, so you can actually go in and increase licenses if you look after 2 years, that it's low harvest, way lower. So you can, there's a rule already in place that allows the director to adjust up or down, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that is correct. The chair with concurrence of the director with concurrence of the chair may increase licenses up or down by no more than 20% to address if we see much different biological changes than what we projected.
And the reason I'm asking this question is that it's because it's one of the biggest things that we get about folks, about what the real target is and the fact that it can be adjusted up or down depending on what you're seeing with the data. So I appreciate that very much. The last question I have, one of the other complaints that I get all the time and that has been said to us at public meetings is, why are you picking on muzzleloaders? They're not the only thing that's gotten more modernized. How come we're not picking on bows? Why aren't we restricting bows somehow? So can you talk a little bit about that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so our archery success rates, yes, they've increased some, but overall actual harvest is not increased as high as proportionally as muzzleloader hunts. So our muzzleloader hunts have, through time, have increased from almost 20% success rate to 40% success rate. So we're seeing a doubling of our harvest. With archery, there's been technology that definitely has allowed probably some longer shots, but we are not seeing success rates near doubling or even more. So our overall harvest is more impacted by the increasing success on muzzleloaders, and that is why the discussion on removing scopes from muzzleloaders versus other weapon types.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'm very comfortable.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Fulfer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just, can you go over the southeast area about the reduction and why we have the reduction there?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fulfer, so a lot of things that we look at, again, because population dynamics are not being driven by harvest, so increases of deer or decreases. The things that we look at in matrices is our success rates over time. Do we see big declining success in the harvest ratio compared to the licensees? And the other question, we always ask hunters on their harvest report, rate the satisfaction of your hunt on a scale of 1 to 5. We use that to kind of justify, are we seeing hunters satisfied with their hunts or not? That's been declining through time in the southeast. So we've seen three declines, biological decline in some of the buck to doe ratios, fawn to doe ratios. We've seen declines in the success rates of those hunts, and we've also seen declines on the harvest satisfaction. So those three in combination led to the bigger changes in the southeast because of those declining metrics that we look at to try to get a hunt that where people still are happy about going, have somewhat of reasonable success, and that's why the decreases are in there to try to bring those back up. The trajectories, again, fawn to doe ratios won't be impacted by this, but we do think we'll see a little bit of an increase in the buck to doe ratios. We'll see an increase in success rates, hopefully, and an increase in satisfaction rates through time.
Can you talk about the Huey youth hunt and what you're doing there a little bit?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fulfer, so on the Huey historically was multiple wildlife areas. It used to include the Seven Rivers and Brantley as well in there. So the department used to manage BOR lands as a combined Seven Rivers, BOR, Huey, Brantley. We now just manage the Huey Wildlife Management Area. Those other management is given back over to the BLM. That deer hunt used to occur across the extended of all those areas. Now that we're restricted just to the Huey Wildlife Management Area, there's not the high enough deer population. We in some years actually don't even have deer really on the Huey, and it's a youth hunt and it's doe only, and we're just not wanting to have an opportunity that's not available for kids there.
Thank you.
I have a question before we move into, I think, some comments online. We've had significant fires since our first meeting in April. Have those fires impacted any of your analysis, the GMUs, the population, et cetera?
Madam Chair, so the biggest thing with deer, they are predominantly a browser. They're not a grazer, so they don't eat grass. They're predominantly, we're going to browse on early cereal stage, so early plant succession that comes in post-fire. These fires actually should be really beneficial for deer. So a lot of growth that we'll see coming out of these fires is going to be oak, mahogany, different forb species that will come up. Deer actually benefit more, deer and elk probably benefit more from post-fire than most species. It obviously depends on fire intensity and severity. If we lose the topsoil, it's not good for anything, but we had definitely mosaic patterns in some of these fires with different intensity levels. And so I think these two, the two fires this year, the Calf Canyon Hermit's Peak and the Black Fire are both going to be very beneficial for deer populations. Just like what we saw in the Jemez Mountains post Los Conchas, we actually saw increasing deer numbers, increasing fawn production. I suspect we'll see the same coming out of these fires.
Very good. Thanks for the answer. Okay, let's move into comments online.
Madam Chair, we do have online comments. I would like to request permission to start by reading another comment from the New Mexico Council of Guides and Outfitters. They do have one short comment. NMCOG is overall in support of the changes provided by the NMDGF to the deer rule for the next 4-year rule cycle. And now I would like to recognize Mr. Lawrence O'Toole. Lawrence, you are activated to speak. Please unmute your microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lawrence. Please activate your microphone. Oh, Mr. O'Toole, we will have later opportunities for comment. Oh.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Just very briefly, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Just back to this scope, no scope proposal. At the May 15th or 16th meeting, I posed the question, before the proposed changes were made, could they have done a simple survey of all hunters who applied for a muzzleloader tag in 2022? They've got the email address. It could be as simple as, would you apply for a tag if you couldn't use a scope? And the answer I was given was, there were enough comments at the 4 in-person meetings that they didn't need that additional information. Well, I think before making a proposal change that's so controversial, it might be a good idea to find out how hunters actually think, because I understand that you want to keep the number of tags and opportunities the same, but you might find that there won't be that many hunters that'll actually hunt with a scopeless muzzleloader. Secondly, the gentleman previously was talking about shooting big game at 400 to 600 yards with a muzzleloader. Probably the majority of muzzleloader hunters, whether they're scoped or scopeless, are going to shoot an animal at 100 to 150, maybe 200 yards. And the ability to shoot it at an animal at 400 to 600 yards isn't only due to scopes. If you didn't have inline barrels, inline primers, advanced powder, especially rifle barrels, no one's going to even get a bullet to go that far. So that kind of, I think there's more than just scopes involved with shooting at 400 to 600 yards. And that's really all I have to say. I just hope that you'll proceed slowly with making a decision that could have a big impact. Thank you very much for your time and giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Madam Chair, that concludes our virtual comments for this portion.
Okay. Well, without further ado, let's move on to our next agenda item.
Madam Chair,
Oh, I'm sorry.
do I need to make a motion for your stuff, Stuart?
That is, you're right. We had discussion, and I asked you to hold off on your motion. I apologize, Commissioner Lopez. So if you wish to make a motion, go ahead.
Move to add 5 bow hunts in the first hunt of Unit 51B and 5 rifle hunts in the unit of 51B in the current rule.
Second.
Second.
Okay. Director, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, I think we're ready to move along. Chief Stuart Liley, we're going to hear from you again, please, on subsequent discussion of the Elk Rule, 19.31.14.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, similar to the deer rule, we're on the same schedule as that, so I won't go through our scheduling process on that. Elk is a little bit different than deer. Elk move around larger landscapes, and so we manage elk more by the herd management unit. And we have distinctive herd management units across the state. You'll see those different colors. We also have 3 different management zones that we try to manage elk across. The primary being where we set some specific herd management goals, and I'll get to that in a second. The special management zones, which are these 3 GMUs, are 3 kind of areas up here in the north central, I would call it, maybe a little bit northeast, where it's 90% or better private land, and we're working with private landowners on a ranch by ranch basis, trying to set management goals there. And then in the secondary management zone, it's kind of the rest of the state that's not hashed out, where we don't have specific management goals for elk. In some of those areas, we're actually trying to hope that elk don't expand into those areas. Chili fields, for example, along the Rio Grande. We've had elk in the Boot Hill, elk in the Guadalupes, those kind of things. So there are areas where we're trying not having management targets for elk and more a general harvest on that. So in the primary management zone, we do have harvest management goals in there, and like I said, I'll get that to a second. But last year, real quick, we sold 38,000 licenses with a harvest of almost 9,000, just over 9,000 bulls and 6,400 cows. You'll notice compared to our other species, we do harvest a lot of the female segment population in elk. That is trying to really control population dynamics, growth, or increasing, decreasing. So we use harvest as a tool to manage population, either to stabilize the population, decrease the population, or let the population grow. And that's our cow harvest. And we really are trying to set strategies for harvest across the state. You'll see our satisfaction rating. I mentioned that in the previous presentation. Fairly high satisfaction rating overall in the state. Almost a 3.71, almost 4 out of 5, whereas our success rates average almost 40% on a statewide basis. Getting to the management strategies we employ, we have 2 different management strategies in the primary management zone. We have optimal opportunity management. What that is we're really trying to get the opportunity for a hunter to draw a license and have the opportunity for harvest. It's not necessarily a harvest for an older age class male, but a decent success of harvest if they draw the tag. Again, not an older age class male, but the opportunity to draw. Then we get into kind of our quality hunt management areas where we're trying to get older age class bulls, higher bull to cow ratios, etc. Very difficult to draw a tag. Some of those units are, like, for example, in the Gila herd management unit. But those are kind of the 2 strategies we set apart. Based on those strategies, that's how we determine our licenses and set license goals, and that's kind of how we come through. And as we get through, similar like what we did for deer, we'll go regional by regional, and then we'll deal with how we determine licenses for each one of those regions. Real quick, just on the public feedback, we did have 4 hybrid meetings, 152 people in attendance in general. You'll notice a lot of just other individual recommendations were kind of the most feedback that we've had. That's everything under the sun on different topics. Deal with E+, don't deal with E+. We've had other different recommendations that don't even pertain to the Elk Rule, talking about game cameras, etc. But then you'll see a whole different suite of different proposals. We'll get to those in a second because we have changed a couple of our proposals based off of some of the public comment. But statewide recommendations, just like the other species, is on muzzleloaders. I won't go into depth on that. We've gone into that in depth already. Date shifts, just like the other rules. And then one of the other ones that we are proposing doing is we currently have a youth encouragement or encouragement hunts set for elk. They were started in 2008, and they were those youth that put in for the draw and were unsuccessful in drawing any tags. We set aside licenses at the Thanksgiving and Christmas time period, cow elk only licenses for youth during those time periods. They were on a first come first served basis after the draw and were released. First 14 days were reserved for just those youth that didn't draw anything, and then after the 14 days of selling, we opened up to any youth. 4 years ago, the previous commission changed that to where the first 14 days were reserved. First 14 days were reserved for youth only that did not draw a tag, and after that it was for 65 and older. In the last 4 years, one of the biggest things we've heard from the public is go back to the way we were originally on youth only for these, youth only for the first 14 days, and then youth only after, youth only that didn't draw first 14 days, and then all youth after that. At the last commission meeting, you all, Commissioner asked specifically for me to look at what is our encouragement and retention, what is it looking like? So we looked at the data. 8,334 kids have purchased a youth encouragement hunt since the inception of them. And 3,514 of those are now adults over the age of 14. Of those 4,820 are over the age of 18. And of those 4,820, 3,373 are applying as adults in our draw now. So those kids, over 70%, approximately 70% of those kids, since they went from a child to an adult, are applying for these hunts. One thing to note, though, is that's a minimum, because I would imagine some of those kids moved out of state for college, et cetera, are not necessarily applying in New Mexico. But these are ones that we're seeing picked up a youth encouragement tag as a child, are adult now, and currently applying as an adult. So just want to give that data as requested. Real quick, I'm going to go through the regions and the herd units. You'll see on these screens, I'm not going to go slide by slide and read everything out, but you'll see the herd unit specifically listed out there. You'll see the way those ratios and the parentheticals are. The 35, 132, for example. 35 is the number of bulls per 100 cows. 32 is the number of calves per 100 cows over the last 4 years. And so what we're proposing in here, we're seeing an increase in the San Juan herd in GMU2, so we're proposing an increase overall in licenses, both on the cows and the bulls, a 15% increase. Mount Taylor herd, the Mount Taylor herd is in GMU9, just to the north of us here. It encompasses Mount Taylor and also the El Bar Marquez Ranch. You'll see an overall decrease in that herd. We're proposing a decrease because that herd is still struggling. You'll see the bull to cow to calf ratios are really low. That's below our management thresholds that we'd like to see in there. But we are proposing creating a hunt specifically on the Marquez El Bar and increasing those licenses to reflect the overall. But the overall totality of the GMU is a decrease, but we're proposing creating 30 archery licenses for that hunt, 2 different hunts of 15, and then 45 muzzleloader hunts of 3 different separate hunts on the Marquez El Bar for the elk the next season. Staying in the northwest, the Zuni herd unit, which is just to the south of us here in the Zuni Mountains, where all the proposed change really there is a shifting the December cow hunt to be out of a forest closure area. There's a forest closure that locks a gate at December 15th, doesn't really allow hunters access into the unit, so we're just proposing moving that hunt earlier so hunters have access. But overall in the northwest region, we're proposing a 1.6% increase or a 28 license increase in the northwest region. Moving to the north central herd is probably one of our largest herds in the state. We've seen a decreasing in the calf to cow ratio over the last 4 years at 35 to 100. We are proposing where we have a little bit more of a conflict in 51 of later wintering elk, Cajilon, Mesa de las Viejas, that area where we have a little bit of a conflict elk livestock conflict in there, is moving our GMU 50 hunt, that's in the Taos Plateau, over to 51 to target those elk that are specifically in there. That hunt is in December timeframe, so trying to help deal with some of those later season elk in that area. It's not an overall increase of harvest on that herd, but it's a targeted harvest where we definitely know we have more of a conflict in there. So overall, it's just an increase. And then the other one is increasing the cow elk licenses on the Rio Chama Wildlife Management Area by 5 licenses to account for a resident herd that's not migrating right now. We radio collared a bunch of elk in that area. The majority migrate, but we do have a resident herd that do not migrate at all, and that is the proposal to increase the hunts there on that non-migratory elk. Jemez region, so that's kind of the Valles Caldera and also the remaining 6A, 6B. We're proposing an increase in antlerless licenses. That's mainly driven only on the Caldera. The Caldera has kind of asked us to increase some antlerless hunts in there, and that's the proposal. You'll see 20 more licenses in there, and then a couple of new rifle and muzzleloader hunts as well. And so an 85 increase on antlerless in the whole Jemez herd. Calf to cow ratios have been declining some. You'll see 33 to 100, but our bull to cow ratios are stable. It's a herd that we do try to manage for quality in 6A and 6B. So, moving on to the southwest region, one of the, as I opened up the discussion, we talked about management zones, primary, secondary, special. What we are proposing in the Dattle herd that's in GMU 13 is expanding the primary management zone. That area circled at the northwest portion in blue, that historically has been in the secondary management zone, again, where we didn't have set management goals for elk. We are proposing moving that in there. We do have resident herds that adjoin in 12 and 13 that we think we need to go into a primary management zone in there. And then that circle of red in the center, that is land that went to tribal trust, so it's no longer in public land ownership. It is tribal trust land. And then that very bottom corner, bottom central, is another area where we're proposing expanding the primary management zone, where we've seen more elk take up further residence. And so by expanding the primary management zone by 80,000 acres approximately of the GMU, it increases the public licenses because that public-private split in elk licenses. It adds more public land to the GMU, so you'll see more licenses coming in. So that's what reflective of that 61 overall license increase is a function of increasing that public-private split. Moving on to the San Mateo herd, that's in GMU 17. It's a quality management herd as well. You'll see our bull to cow ratios are doing fairly well there, but our calf to cow ratios are so-so. They're about where we'd like to see them in the 40s, but 38 to 100 isn't much. That expansion of really what we're proposing doing there is just expanding that primary management zone in the northern portion of that. If we go back to the previous slide right here, that southern portion adjoins this northern portion. So it would be the two areas. It's just expanding those primary management zones where we have resident elk now, full-time resident elk. Moving on to the greater Gila herd, that's kind of the 15, 16, and 16 units. Through time, we've seen this has historically been our quality hunt management unit for bulls across the state. You'll see there our bull to cow ratio has declined through time to 33 to 100. We are proposing a decrease in licenses in there. Those are all bull licenses to account for that declining age class structure in males. That's come probably more from public desires to get at an increasing age structure on those bulls and get back more kind of trophy management. You'll notice we didn't touch 15 or 13 in there, and the reason being is because those are or 17, those are muzzleloader only hunts. We think by having no scopes on muzzleloaders will reduce the success rates enough that we don't have to cut licenses on those units. Had we had scopes still on, you would have seen us cutting more drastically on those two units. So that's our proposal to try to get at increasing age structure in the Gila herds. Lesser Gila, so kind of the outskirts of that, we are proposing just a small adjustment and creating a new hunt in GMU 23. GMU 23, we're starting to see more elk south of the Gila Wilderness into the Burro Mountains, et cetera, and creating a new hunt of 20 licenses in there and shifting some hunts later to address when the elk are actually present in there. So overall in the southwest region, we're proposing a decrease of 1% or 98 licenses, with the biggest decrease coming in on the Gila herd, a little bit of an increase on the Dattle herd. Moving on to the southeast region, the largest, you'll see some pretty significant increases in this region. This is to address some of the concerns that we have with the growing elk population in there. It's a very unique management situation. So we have two GMUs, the Sacramento herd to the south of the Mescalero Reservation in GMU 34, and the Ruidoso herd, which is north of the Mescalero Reservation in GMU 36. What we find is probably a very conservative harvest on the elk population on the Mescalero is lending to an expanding elk population north and south. There's definitely becoming more conflict as that population grows. We're trying to address that by trying to reduce that herd back down, and you'll see almost a 20% increase in overall licenses in GMU 34, with almost 450 of those being cow licenses. So it's almost a doubling of our cow licenses in that unit to try to address that, stabilize that herd, and probably decrease it somewhat in the southern Sacramentos. And to deal with that, we're also proposing increasing the youth encouragement hunts in there as well, and 2 new hunts for antlerless in 34. GMU 36, also an increasing elk population in there, not as big of an increase as what we're seeing in the Sacramento herd, but you'll also see we proposing increasing, create a new antlerless hunt in there, and then increasing slightly on some of the either sex hunts. So overall in the southeast, we are proposing an increase of almost 20% or 600 licenses, with the majority of those being cow licenses. Moving to the northeast real quick, we have two herd management units up here in the primary management zone, the White's Peak herd in 48 and the Ute San Cristobal herd in 53. Some minor changes in there. What that 48 is, the density of hunters is probably too much. It's not an over-harvest issue, it's just too many hunters on the landscape where it's impacting other hunters. We're proposing just moving that archery hunt into a rifle hunt of its own standalone 25, so we don't have that overcrowding issue that we have. That's a checkerboarded kind of state land issue, that we don't have huge, large chunks of intact public land. And then in 53, the previous rule cycle, we had some depredation concerns around top of the world farms near Pot Mountain, and we created a late season cow hunt. Those elk are no longer coming down into that area, so we are proposing removing that herd. We've had as low as 2% success rate on that hunt the last few years to 0%. So the proposal is just to get rid of that hunt because we have taken care of that issue there. And then in our secondary management zones where we're not managing specific targeted management goals, we are proposing some increases in licenses in most of these units. On White Sands, the elk just really aren't there anymore, so we're proposing reducing that hunt. In GMU 30, that's in the Guadalupe Mountains, we are proposing adding GMU 29 to that. That's in Otero Mesa. We are seeing elk move into there more frequently, probably coming off the Sacramento, so we are proposing increasing licenses and allowing harvest to occur on the Otero Mesa as well. GMU 37, if you recall at the last meeting, we had an individual comment on a disparity between a public hunt and a private hunt date that occurred on a weapon type. That is where it's a secondary management zone where they're allowed on private land to hunt with rifles October 1st. And we had a muzzleloader hunt in there. What we are proposing to do is shift that muzzleloader hunt in 37 on the public draw side from a muzzleloader to a rifle hunt and start it October 1st, so we don't have that disparity between the public-private anymore, so they'd be the same. And then you'll see some other GMUs where we're increasing licenses or expanding areas to be able to harvest in the secondary management zone. One of the things I forgot to mention in the southeast in GMU 34 in the Sacramentos, our original proposal was to move the entire unit from primary management zone into secondary management zone. I told you all that we would have a meeting with local landowners down there in 34, and we did that in May. And it was a resounding opposition to it, so we have removed that proposal. We are proposing to keep it as the primary management zone. If we would have moved it to secondary management zone, it would have been over the counter on private deeded land only. Again, it was a pretty resounding opposition to it, so we are back to our original proposal, but the overall proposal is to increase elk harvest in there. That was our goal from the very get-go. We do have those 3 special management zone areas. That's where we do a ranch-by-ranch negotiation. These are either 100% deeded private property GMUs or 95+% private property. One of the ones is in 46. That's the Turkey Mountains and Okate in those regions. We are starting to see a lot more elk in the plains and establish on there. Again, it's 100% private property. We're proposing moving that to from the special to secondary. We have not had any opposition to that, so we are still proposing to do that. And then in the other ones, in the Colin-Neblett Wildlife Management Area, we just aren't having the elk population in there anymore. They're kind of more centered on the Via-Vidal, and then also probably in that Angel Fire region, and not as much on the Colin-Neblett, so that's why you see the reduction in licenses there. And then on 55 Via-Vidal, we are starting to see a pretty distinct decrease in the calf recruitment, calf survival, so we are proposing a reduction in licenses there. So real quick, just across the statewide, an overall increase of 2% or 494 licenses. It's variable across the region and the herd, obviously, but the biggest increase coming in the southeast region in that Sacramento Mountains. So with that, I would take any questions.
As always, awesome job. Thank you, Chief. Comments from the public. Do we have any comments? Yes, we do. Wonderful. Well, look at this. Wonderful. The first card that I have is from Lauren Patterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Lauren Patterson, registered lobbyist and president of New Mexico Cattle Growers. I appreciate your time today. Obviously, we've already spent quite a bit of time discussing our issues with y'all, and we appreciate all the give and take on that. A couple of things I would like to bring up that was mentioned in the deer rule, but it applies to our elk rule also, is that we have these wildfire mosaics of intensity on the wildfires. we have the number 1 and number 2 largest fires in state history. We've already reduced cattle numbers. We're going to have increased pressure on those places that weren't as high intensity on the grazing, whether it's the elk or the deer, either one. And if we, as stewards, manage those herds, including our cattle, including your elk, on the intensity of those recovering areas, they'll recover quicker. And that's what I'm saying, is that maybe a higher intensity take over the next 2 years, and then stop and look at that 2 years down the road and see how those places are recovering, whether the reforestation is coming along. I understand it's a big impact on your budget as well as other things, but as you have money coming in, maybe this is an ideal time to consider it. Another thing, obviously with these large migratory herds, we have the fire pressure in these areas. We always run into that great word during legislature called the Jennings Law. We're going to have livestock-wildlife conflicts. They're not good for me and my members. They're not good for you and your members, and sportsmen, either one. And here's the opportunity to maybe reduce those conflicts, and it's in your hands. And I appreciate you taking the time to maybe consider that, as well as the other things I mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Another one, Jesse Dubell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Jesse Dubell here, Executive Director of the New Mexico Wildlife Federation. I'd like to start by saying that the New Mexico Wildlife Federation fully supports the removal of scopes from muzzleloaders, which are intended to be primitive weapons, and obviously it's controversial, but the Federation does in fact support that and would really prefer to not see a reduction in tags because of those increased harvest rates from muzzleloaders. I want to commend the department on the youth encouragement program. I think those statistics that Chief Lively mentioned are super encouraging and inspiring. I'm really glad to see so many of the participants in the youth encouragement hunts continuing to be hunters. The Wildlife Federation works very hard on R3 activities. R3 is recruiting new hunters, retaining existing hunters, and then reactivating hunters who've maybe dropped out of the activity. In 2021, there were 72,686 applicants, New Mexico resident applicants, for 19,801 non-outfitted resident elk licenses. So basically 27% of the applicants were happy when the draw results came out. 73% of those applicants were disappointed and frustrated. So nearly 53,000 New Mexicans had their dreams crushed when the draw results were published. I was one of those New Mexicans. That's the number one challenge with our goal of retaining and reactivating hunters in New Mexico. I'd also like to just mention that last Saturday in the state of Montana, they held something called the Montana Elk Symposium. And it ran from 9 to 5. I don't know if anybody else watched it. It was recorded so everybody can look at it. But during that symposium, New Mexico was talked about a lot. New Mexico was brought up numerous times, and we were often referred to as the best, worst example of how to allocate elk licenses. We were also referred to as a cautionary tale. This commission has the ability to improve that, to fix that, and as you know, I'm very passionate about that, and I'd like us to continue to talk and work together to try to find ways that we can improve the current elk tag allocation system. So with that, thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Another one, Brandon Wynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to add something to what Jesse just said about Montana. They've been trying to more privatize Montana, and they've coined a term up there that's been thrown around a lot. You see it a lot, and it's don't 505 the 406. And it's honest to God, they're doing that. You see that on social media a lot. So listen, I heard yesterday that there's going to be a proposal introduced. I wish that the public was speaking after the commissioners, because as you introduce new things, we don't get a chance to comment on them. But I heard about it yesterday that there's going to be a proposal for 500 senior elk tags that's going to be coming up later when the commissioners start making their comments. So I was shocked when I heard this, because during this rule cycle, I'll become a senior. I'll turn 65 during this rule cycle. And so I'll be eligible for those tags. I'll be a preferred person. We have so many carve-outs in New Mexico. Of all the people that should receive special preference that should not, it's seniors. In the 80s and the 90s and the early 2000s, I drew an elk tag every year but 1 year. And I don't mean I was shopping odds and looking for a hard-to-draw hunt. I drew premium stuff, the best elk hunting in America. Not only that, the 90s, a lot of people believe, was the best elk hunting in the history of the state of New Mexico and really the world. The conservation, everything came together. There was opportunity to draw, and there was the best elk hunting. The giant elk were coming out of every place in New Mexico. I experienced that for my entire prime of my hunting career, right? During just the 90s and maybe a little bit of the 80s, I drew more elk tags, premier elk tags, than my 4 children will draw in New Mexico in their entire lives combined, right? So why would you give me a preference at this point in my life? I've paid into this system. There's this argument like, oh, the old people, we paid in for so long, we deserve a reward. No, we pay in, hunters pay into the conservation system because we pay in for the future, for the sustainability, and we get this benefit of being able to experience that resource. So we had the maximum benefit. We did what good citizens should do. We happily paid in the system. The whole North American model is about hunter pay, hunter pay. We don't pay for our opportunity. We pay for future generations, for other people's children and grandchildren and stuff. So it's just a robbery. It's just another robbery of the youth. Like Jesse talked, youth are not getting to hunt. And to make senior preference, it's repulsive to me. Okay, and I apparently have a little more time. I'm going to go on that. I hope you understand what I said there. It's just the worst policy I can imagine to do this. I don't want it. I use everything, so I'm not going to go over.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Commissioners, do we have some comment? No, I don't think Roberta's on.
Madam Chair?
Her hand's up.
Oh, she.
Madam Chair, I had my hand up.
You're on the right-hand side.
Oh, okay. I apologize. I did not see the hand. Okay, I was looking for the green. Okay, my apology.
That's all right.
It's hard
So, Stuart, can you please explain why the original proposal for GMU 34 was moving to a secondary? What were the biological reasons you felt that that was an appropriate management strategy? And then I have a second part after that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, so kind of if I go back to the original discussion on the management zone, secondary management zone, we're not necessarily targeting a set management goal, quality or opportunity. Secondary management zones, sometimes we're trying to really reduce elk or trying to exclude elk or trying to set more liberty in how harvest occurs. It does limit private land. On the private land side of things, it allows private landowners to have over-the-counter licenses for deeded private property only. So some of the strategy, as you will notice in 34, is to increase cow harvest in that to account for that herd that has been growing through time. The original thought was that it would allow landowners that have some difficulties with elk to also be able to harvest a higher proportion, not set by the department, but set more by the landowners. That's why we originally proposed it, and then we went down there and discussed that with the landowners in there, and overall they were opposed to that. They were in favor of the reduction of the cow or increase in cow licenses, but they would rather keep it in the primary management zone and have an allocation-based system still for the private land versus an over-the-counter private land deeded only.
So I guess I think from what I remember that we had the discussion that there are 175 ranches in the landowner system. And 75 went to the meeting and 98% of them said don't change it. And so I just, I know there's a whole lot of pressure from people that don't want the elk herd to expand and they're tired of the elk herd growing. And I know the Mescaleros management strategies are more conservative, and so the population is growing. So do you feel comfortable that by increasing the number of antlerless licenses that you have, that you will significantly reduce the antlerless population and in the same amount as if you would have had a secondary management strategy going?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I think we'll have, the difficulty in there is measuring the actual absolute population because of Mescalero. I do think that we would have, I think we will reduce the population. I do with the number of licenses. Would it have been as great of a reduction as had we gone into the secondary management zone? It's hard to say. I think because, so the proposed increases that we put on here is the public draw licenses. Because in primary management zones, we increase or decrease licenses on the private side proportionally to the increase on the public, we'll also increase those number of antlerless licenses on the public side as well. So I think we'll see an increase of harvest on the private as well. It's very hard to predict how many landowners and what number of licenses they would have sold on the private land deeded only. It's really hard to predict, I guess I said, without seeing a year or two of licensed sales in that secondary. Overall in the state, on the secondary management zone, some areas we do see an uptick of license sales when we moved it to the secondary, but sometimes we actually see about the same as what it would have been when we had it in the primary.
It doesn't necessarily mean biologically that it's going to meet your goal. I'm not worried about license sales. I'm just wondering if one strategy is good as the other to get where you want to go. Because what I'm hearing also is there's a lot of concern about throwing that many more people in the same unit on the landscape, chasing those elk around all the way to late in December. So I'm just passing that on. So like I asked with the last one, we talked about deer and stuff, there will be an opportunity after a couple of years worth of data to look and see if this strategy is working, and if it's not, if we're still getting all the complaints from some of the landowners, because I know there's 101 unit-wide permit landowners, and 75 of them went to that meeting. And so the others apparently are getting what they want. So in 2 years, would there be an opportunity to go back and say, this is what happened, it's working, it's not working, we're still growing elk too much, and then we can consider a secondary zone change to a secondary zone then?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, the zone set, it typically happens on the 4-year rule cycle, so you would not be able to adjust the zone boundary without opening up the Elk Rule. That said, what you could do, if we aren't meeting our harvest objectives to meet the biological goals of reducing that herd, we could then increase licenses on both the public and private in that primary management zone, either one of two ways. In the rule, like I mentioned in the deer where we have the up to 20% up or down, in GMU 34, because that is a management conundrum, I'll say, because of the uncertainty of Mescalero, we have made it to where we could adjust licenses up or down as much as we want to try to address changes that we can't foresee because of the population. So one, we could increase licenses through that, or two, another, and what we've done in the past in GMU 34 and could do during this rule cycle is create population management hunts to target herd reductions. And we have done that in there in the past and could do that in this rule cycle if we weren't meeting our biological goals of reducing that herd.
I appreciate those comments, Stuart, because that gives the public that has been calling me and talking to me about this a better understanding on how many management options you have and flexibility you have for 34. So I appreciate that explanation of that. Lauren Patterson from the Cattle Growers has written a letter, and the Cattle Growers wrote a letter and has stood up today and commented about the concerns that we're hearing from the landowners who also have cattle grazing leases on the Sacramento Mountains about their decrease in their permits on how many cows they can graze. And he asked a question, and I guess I should ask the question, and I apologize for not knowing this. It's something I should know, is when you decide for that GMU, any GMU, where we're hunting elk on public land, how do your conversations happen with Forest Service or BLM or whoever on when you start looking at harvest goals, et cetera? Do you discuss forage availability, range condition, all those things?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, we do discuss with the land management agencies on a whole suite of things, from forest health to forage conditions to elk management goals to deer management goals. And so we do meet with the Forest Service. We did meet with the Forest Service and discuss rulemaking with them on the elk specifically. GMU 34, if we want to target that specifically, it has been a goal of ours for a long time to restore. So let me back up just a second. This is going to be a little bit longer, but one of the big things that I think we've seen, elk are living in forested habitats more than probably other species in the state. One of our big goals in Department of Game and Fish is on forest restoration. And forest restoration, as you know, there's a lot of old overgrowth forests throughout the state of New Mexico. We've seen these catastrophic wildfires. That has been probably a function of forests that have become higher density tree stands, closing out meadowlands, and it's not as great as a forage condition for elk or any really ungulate that's grazing. And so we've been trying to focus our efforts on increasing forest health by opening up forests either through prescribed burning, mechanical treatments in there. And so we are not proposing increasing elk populations anywhere except for in GMU 9 where we've seen a decrease, but by improving forest health. That's our big thing. That will have a direct benefit to elk and to cattle, to any grazing ungulates. One of the things in 34 that's been the most difficult, and working with the Forest Service and continuing to, we have paid for over $2 million in a NEPA document on an EIS to try to get forest restoration work done on there. There's a high density of endangered species on the Sacramento Mountains, from jumping mice to Sacramento butterfly to Penasco least chipmunk, and it's causing issues of conflict on land use, whether that's an elk grazing or a cow grazing or whatever it is, it's having impact on endangered species. Part of there's issues there is we've seen a type conversion of the grassland going from bunch grass to bluegrass. So there's a whole conversion in the forest. Our big thing is trying to restore forest health that should have improved conditions there for all, cattle grazing, elk grazing, etc., and then just better widespread forest health to where those conflicts hopefully don't exist, to where permittees aren't having to reduce cattle numbers because of exceeding biological take measures in the Endangered Species Act, etc. So that's a big thing we're trying to work at. It's not trying to get to the exact bite of forage for this animal or that animal. It's trying to restore those forest health, grassland health, range health, and that's a statewide goal of ours. We spend more money on that than probably any other habitat management that we're doing, and plan to continue to do so. So it's kind of a long-winded answer of a management scenario that we're trying to work on. And we've discussed this a lot with cattle growers on how we want to work together, or how can we work together to improve forest health that has the least amount of impacts on everyone. We don't have to reduce elk herds significantly. That leads to final reductions in elk hunter numbers, license numbers, less sportsman opportunity. We don't get in competition with elk livestock and livestock having to reduce numbers, those things. So the biggest benefit we see is working together on forest restoration, forest health in some of these ecosystems.
Thank you for that explanation. And I thought it was important that everybody hear and understand just how much work the department does with the other land management agencies on trying to, instead of just automatically cutting back on everything, and they're actually going on the ground with Sykes Act dollars and other funds to improve forest health. So I really appreciate your engagement with cattle growers and others on trying to find the best solutions out there. And my last comment that I'm going to make, well, I have a proposal to make and a motion to make if we're ready for that, but I'll just give the floor up to whoever else has some comments on this proposal.
I looked
Ready.
here, and I don't think we have any comments from the commissioners here, so what is your motion?
Madam Chair, even though Brandon and I don't agree for the first time on one thing, in the spirit of R3 retaining 70 and older hunters as well, and not singling them out as not being worthy to continue to hunt the way we look at children. We already had somebody talk today again about the fact that they're older than 70 and they would like to continue to hunt. I'm moving to create 500 draw elk antlerless hunts for 70 and older applicants. That's my proposal.
Do I have a second? If we don't have a second, the motion does not carry. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Director, can we have a vote, please?
Madam Chair, do you want to be more specific about that or just vote on the general number?
Well, thank you for the clarification. I think I heard her, she was making a specific motion on the 500. Well, let me not paraphrase. Let's let Commissioner clarify her motion.
Madam Chair, I'm asking for 500 antlerless draw elk licenses to be dedicated to 70 and older applicants. I'm not asking them to be taken from the youth. I'm not asking to be taken from mobility impaired or veterans. There's an overall increase in licenses this year. I'm asking the department to use their discretion to identify 500 antlerless elk licenses in the draw that will be available for 70 and older resident hunters.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. That was very helpful for a very clarified motion. Now, before we get a second, and I think I know where the director's going, do we have any comments or questions from the commissioners? Okay, I'm going to pose the question. Director, if we are to proceed with a 500 antlerless elk hunt for 70 and older, how is that going to impact the numbers that have been proposed by the department?
Madam Chair, I believe Stuart has a proposal for how he would lay that out across the state.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think, so overall, if I understand it, and Roberta's talked to me about this before, Commissioner Salazar-Henry, and the way it would be is we currently have those licenses in the draw. We're currently proposing it. It's not an increase in licenses or a decrease in licenses. It's setting aside specific licenses that are already in the draw or will be created in the draw for 70 and plus. I think if that moves forward, we would propose looking at where we took some of the biggest increases and make a lot more licenses in those areas. So I guess we looked at it as some of the southeast area, making 200 of those licenses.
Can you go to the slide and let us see that, please?
In the southeast region, we would make 200 of those licenses, 70 and plus, so where you see that 600 plus.
Right,
those are mainly cow licenses. There are some bull licenses in there, but the majority would be cow. In the northwest region, we would make 70 plus licenses. You'll see we're increasing by 28, so what it would do is those 28 are mainly cows. It would take all 28 of those and make it 70 plus, and then some of the current draw hunts that are not reserved would reserve some of those for 70 plus. In the north central region, because we have the highest license numbers, even though you're seeing a reduction of licenses in the northeast region, or excuse me, in the north central, you only see a +5. There is a lot of elk licenses exist in the north central region. We are proposing a no change in license numbers. We would just change most likely that 51, there's a 51 cow hunt, a later cow hunt of 251 licenses. We would propose moving that 150 of those to 70 plus. And then in 16E in the southwest region, those are all reductions in the bull licenses.
I'm sorry, say that one again?
In the southwest region, in GMU 16E, even though you see a reduction in licenses there, those are all bull license reductions. We did not change cow hunt licenses, cow antlerless licenses. We would propose moving that 16E hunt of 75 licenses, a cow hunt, into 70 plus.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner?
In Unit 51, which ones are you going to adjust again? Or proposing to adjust?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, it would have been that, that first rifle hunt, that rifle hunt of 251 licenses.
That's the
early November one currently. So again, we'll have some date shifts right there, but we would move 150 of those 251 licenses and reserve them for 70 plus.
First November hunt?
Madam Chair.
Because there's,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, yes, that's correct, the first November hunt.
so you have 3 November hunts in there at 251 about for each one, so out of the 750 licenses, you would move 150 of them total.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that is correct. On the very first November hunt, we would move 150 of those and reserve them for, not moving the hunt dates or anything, but reserving 150 of those 250 licenses for 70 plus.
So you would create a new hunt code?
It would just create a new hunt code, but for the same time period.
Commissioner Fulfer?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I was understanding the motion to be for additional 500 and not take away from any other category. Are we talking about taking away from other categories and moved them into this 70 plus, or what was the motion there? I'm confused now.
His answer doesn't align with the question. I agree.
Specifically what I'm asking for is to rearrange 500 licenses that are already in the draw and identify them as 70 and older, but not to replace any of these licenses that are tied to the youth, the mobility impaired, or veterans, which are already carve-outs.
So, Madam Chair, Chief Liley, are we talking, what you're talking about, aren't you talking about pulling some of those licenses from those groups?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fulfer, it would not pull from youth only or mobility impaired, but it'd pull from the general public draw pools, which is correct. So it's not creating 500 new licenses across our proposals. It's the same number of licenses we're proposing. What it would do is remove 500 licenses from the general draw that has no set aside for a certain group and making it set aside for 70 plus.
So, Madam Chair, you're basically pulling from the general pool from people that can, any age, get the license and just putting them as 70 plus. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, you know, I understand that folks have such a hard time thinking that the value of older hunters is a whole lot less than our younger kids. I mean, the emails I get on this kind of issue, I mean, we just gave 40 Oryx licenses to 70 and older that were off range. They weren't taking any once in a lifetime hunts. And the emails I got was exactly what Brandon Wynn was saying is, we've had our chance, go sit on the sidelines, you don't deserve to go hunting anymore, but yet somehow we have other carve-outs for other people. We can't be committed to R3 if we decide that retention doesn't mean anything to older hunters either. I'm talking about 500 licenses shifted from a general applicant at a 20,000 licenses. Right now, we give over 3,000 licenses just to kids out of the 20,000 licenses. I'm talking about resident hunters being prioritized, older resident hunters, because these are all antlerless, and that means our residents would be able to go. I, for one,
receive emails and calls about this. And I, for one, appreciate how much our resident older hunters still want to stay active in the game. And I'm just asking for 4 years of giving them this little tiny opportunity that is not anywhere near what we do for mobility impaired or for the young kids. And so I'm going to stand with older resident hunters on this proposal, and I hope you will join me in that. So that is my motion.
Okay, I'm ready to see if we have a second, but before we take a vote on that motion, I want to make sure that we are satisfied with some discussion. I always open this up for comments. Other commissioners, I haven't heard from you, Vice Chair, or Commissioner Lopez, you had some very good questions, and same thing with you, Commissioner Fulfer. And I haven't heard actually from the general public. Do we have some comments? Okay, I'm not going to ask for cards, but if you could please come to form a line here and then just state your name, that would be very nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. Commissioner Salazar Henry, you know I have tremendous respect and admiration for your work on this commission and the work you do for the residents of New Mexico. In this particular instance, I have to side with Brandon Wynn's opinion with regard to the senior hunters. I absolutely believe strongly in increasing our resident hunting opportunity. I don't see providing a pool of tags for seniors as reactivation. These are seniors who already desperately want to hunt, and we certainly want to retain them, but we want to retain all adult hunters of all ages, and it's my belief that all adult hunters of all ages should have an equal opportunity at this lottery draw. One of the things that's, and I know I was fairly critical of our elk tag allocation system earlier because of the comments that were made during the Montana Elk Symposium, but what I'll say is one thing that we celebrate here is that we do not have a point system, that we have a true lottery draw. And when we create these carve-outs, it starts to impact that true lottery draw that we celebrate so much here. So I really want to increase resident hunting opportunity across all adult ages. I think the youth encouragement is a fantastic opportunity for recruitment, but when it comes to retention and reactivation, no adult age group deserves better opportunity than another, in my opinion. So thank you all very much. I appreciate your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Salazar Hickey. And first of all, I want to thank you. You are extremely generous as Chair of the Commission to let people get our full comments in. And these do-overs on comments within one agenda item is rare, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. It's very respectful of the public. You're awesome for doing that. And also, Commissioner Salazar Henry, I hope you understand you've been wonderful to things that are important to me, and I hope that I've been respectful of what I'm saying, and that you respect the fact that I can be counted on to speak up for things that I actually really believe in, and I try to do it in a respectable manner. So, you know, it really pains me to be talking against something that you've brought up. So, you know, it hurts, and it's very hard for me to do this, right? So, but I have to stick to my self-honor to do that. So on the thing about this carve-out for the seniors is I don't look at it as like a youth against senior thing. So I don't know if the department in working up kind of these numbers of where to pull these 500 from, if they've determined how many applicants of the total pool, adults, children, everything, but I assume it's probably like 5% of the applicants are seniors, something smaller than that. And so we're trying to boost their odds. And so I'm not looking at this as like, well, the youth gets this, mobility impaired gets this group gets this. Well, we should do something for the seniors. And it's not like, I'm not trying to slight seniors. What I'm saying is that when you do a carve out and you do this for seniors, you're taking it from everybody else. You're not taking it from youth. It's not a youth senior competition here, right? Which is getting kind of gross, obviously, right? So it's more a thing about the whole general public should have as much of an equal opportunity as possible. And I don't like seeing this carved out with the seniors. So when I said the seniors, we've had all this great hunting, it's just an example of if we're going to create a special class that because we've had so much opportunity that we are probably less deserving of some sort of a carve out here, right? Because when you take those 500, that's 500 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds, even 60-years-olds. Actually, I didn't realize they're going to be 70 years old. I ain't going to make that in the next rule cycle. And who knows if I'll ever even see that, right? So that's my concern with this, is that the wrong people are getting a carve out. We have too many already, and it takes from everybody else, all the resident hunters in New Mexico. Also, there's a technical thing. If I heard this right, you're going to make this a senior thing only, a resident only. The quota law does residency. I don't think you can do that legally, make it resident only. I mean, the department want to speak to that. I don't think you get to determine residency on tags because that's in the quota law. That's a statute. Thank you.
Antlerless.
Commissioner, before, and again, this is just comment, and but can I go to any other online comments? I think we've had all the comments here, but are there any others?
Madam Chair, we actually do not have any online comments.
We do not, okay. Commissioner Salazar Henry, I apologize for cutting you off.
No, I was out of line and not waiting until it was my turn to speak again. To Brandon's question, antlerless tags go to only residents, and so that's why it becomes resident only that would get these antlerless tags. And so I understand about carve-outs, and I know how hard carve-outs are to get rid of once we get them in. I mean, we have our gross receipts tax, and our tax code is full of carve-outs for special interest groups. I don't think that, we all know we need a better way to spread opportunity, and I think by just cutting and pasting and repeating what we've been doing over the last 8 years doesn't get us anywhere. And so I still stand behind my desire to have this. If the commission as a whole doesn't agree that seniors deserve this, then I'm fine with that as well. But I'm making my pitch and making my stand here for this, and I hope the commission will support it.
Okay, so before we get the second to her motion, did you want to ask your question?
If I may.
Vice Chair.
It's actually, Brandon kind of stole my thunder of my question, but that's okay. Can you, and you may not know this off the top of your head, Stuart, but what percentage of hunters are 70 plus?
Madam Chair, hold on one second. I do have those numbers. Hold on one second.
Good.
Are you asking resident?
Yeah,
or non-
yeah, resident.
Last year, Madam Chair, Commissioner Archuleta, last year there was 4,348 resident hunters over the age of 70 that applied in the draw, of the almost 75,000 hunters that applied in the draw.
And do we know the number of youth? Not that this is a youth, sorry, I was going to stump you no matter what.
Madam Chair, I do have that number. Hold on
This
one
is a
second.
stump Stuart afternoon.
Madam Chair, it would take me a second to get it, but it is approximately 9,000.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, and I have one more question before we get to a motion, or a second to the motion. Department, I have to commend you because I know you're very careful about your role in not being policymakers. You always look to the commission for policy-making decisions, okay? But I respect the role you take in focusing on biologists, data, you also look at success hunts. So you're looking at feedback. So feedback from our stakeholders, our users, customers. So why was this not included initially in your proposal? I know you're reacting and responding to Commissioner Salazar Henry, which is good, and you're working with her to see how this could work, but it was never part of your proposal. So why wasn't it never part of your proposal in the beginning?
Madam Chair, you are correct that the department doesn't really try to wade into the policy decisions. So we have history of commissions making decisions through time that have created hunts that are set for this X side or that group. And in those years that we come through before we come to the rule, we hear from the outside on what's working or what's not working, issues that come forth. And the reason why we discussed even the youth encouragement hunt and switching that back to youth only is because the discussions that we heard from a policy set from the previous commission, that they were unhappy with that policy decision. Why this wasn't brought out is we didn't have a lot of feedback from the public saying they would like to see this set aside for a different group. Had we had a lot of discussion in the interim in the year, or had we had a policy decision from the previous commission that would have done X, Y, or Z, that's when we come to you with, here's what we are hearing from the policy side of what you all have the ability to make on. Again, we first and foremost, and why you see all these numbers, and sometimes it gets long in these presentations, and I understand, is we're gonna look at the biology, we're gonna make that recommendation. It doesn't matter from a biological perspective on who harvests that animal. It doesn't matter if it's a resident or a non-resident or on a landowner tag or on a public draw tag. We look at what we could sustainably harvest to have elk populations at the goals we want. Those policy decisions have been set through for almost 100 years by this commission, and what you see is through time, the public responds to those policy decisions. They respond more to the department than probably the commission. So we bring forth every rule cycle, here's some of what's working or what we hear is not working in the policy realm. We didn't necessarily have a loud voice on this, so that's why we didn't bring that forth as the big discussion.
Okay, I just wanted that for the record. Now, Commissioner Salazar Henry, thank you for your patience. Another commissioner, do we have any comments, questions, or do we want to go to a second?
I have a comment, maybe a couple of questions.
Okay.
In regards to the 150 senior, proposed senior hunts in Unit 51, I know that the residents in that area are of old school Castilian descent who are approaching or already over the age of 70. A lot of them are, and they do apply, and sometimes they're unsuccessful, sometimes they are, and they still want to get out and hunt. And I see the difference. I see the fine line of allowing the public or carving out 500 licenses statewide from the public. But the 70-year-olds and over are what socially we call the greatest generation. These are Korean War vets, some are World War II vets, some are Vietnam vets. And sometimes they can't apply for veteran hunts if they don't want to. And a lot of their kids want to spend some of their hunts with their mother or father before they reach that age where they cannot no longer walk in the forest with them, even if the son or daughter can't get a hunt. They want to make sure their mother or father can. So I see both sides of the issue. And, I will reference the Social Security Act. In my lifetime, am I going to see Social Security? Probably not. Maybe if it's fixed. But those out there that are collecting Social Security are on limited incomes and cannot drive statewide or out of state to get a hunt. And if they do pay for a resident hunt of $93, what we charge, that's literally taking out of their food off their table and possibly getting more food on the table if they can, able to enjoy the outdoors with their family. So their time on this world, I'm not saying wishing bad on anybody, but when you're 70 and older, we all know what the end could be like. And if they have an opportunity, just 500 residents in this state that have an opportunity to take advantage of applying and having an opportunity for them to spend with their families and their friends, if they want to, I think it's okay. Because the youth, and myself being a millennial, or I don't know what am I, Generation X? I don't know what I'm in anymore. But we have that time to apply and try to get these hunts. And 70 and older, my dad was killed tragically in a traffic accident. He couldn't hunt that year. He wanted to. And he wasn't able to draw since he was 60. I think it's a good opportunity to at least entertain the idea. If it goes to public comment, we'll see what the public says. It's not the final hearing. We have to give it a shot. And if the public does not like it, and comments are transparency given, we can address and assess the issue as it comes forward in the final hearing. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll second Commissioner Salazar Henry's motion.
Okay, well, Director, now we have a motion with a second. We need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
No.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
No.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay. I want to say thank you, Commissioner Salazar Henry. You always are looking for opportunities for improvement. You're looking at things in a different way, and I want to say thank you. It was worth a discussion, and this isn't a hearing. We still have time, right? So let's move on. Actually, before we do move on, it's 3:09. What I would like to do is take a break of about maybe 10 minutes. And commissioners and members of the public and those of you that are also on the Zoom, Commissioner Salazar Henry and Attorney General Valerie Joe, I'm inclined to think about, and when we come back from our break, about adjusting our our agenda for today. These have been very good discussions, and we've got a very robust agenda item, the Bighorn Rule. And I anticipate this meeting could go into 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. And I don't want to do that to everybody. I know people have come from far and wide to attend today's meeting. And we're going to meet again tomorrow in Albuquerque. So I'm going to have everyone think about it during the lunch break about possibly moving the executive session, which I believe won't have action items, maybe moving the executive session to tomorrow. I'm just giving everybody a heads up. No, I'm just saying I'm thinking about it. I'm wanting all of you to think about it too with me. And let's take...
Chair?
Yes. Who? Where?
Before we go on break, was there another action that needed to be taken from that last presentation? I know the motion from Member Salazar Henry did not pass, but does the Department of Game and Fish need anything finalized as an action from the commission so that they can move forward with the public rule making process?
Let me start off with an answer, and then I'm going to turn it over to the director. The agenda does state that the subsequent discussion of the Elk Rule 1931.14 is an action item, but we put action item there just as a possible, it's a reference, not that we were going to take action. And what I believe occurred just now with Commissioner Salazar Henry was an opportunity for us to possibly tweak the rule before we go into our hearing at our next meeting. Director, do you want to add to that?
Madam Chair, I think that's correct. I think we have the direction to just stay with our current recommendation and move forward with rule development.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, I just wanted to be certain. Thank you.
Okay, that was very good for the record. Okay, well, we're now 3:12. Let's give ourselves 10 minutes. Thank you. It's in recess. Commissioners, we're back in session. Do we want to discuss the agenda a little bit before we proceed to agenda item number 16? Yes. Okay, Vice Chair, I hear you say yes. Can you give me your comments?
Would you like, Madam Chair, would you like a motion? Would you
Before we
prefer
go
motion?
through a motion,
Okay.
but let's just kind of...
I think what I suggest is we go through everything to the director's report, through the director's report, and then move the executive session to tomorrow.
Okay, and for the record, let me make it very clear, because I anticipate something from the Attorney General's office, Valerie Jo. I know that item number 20, action on items from the executive session, it sounds like we have some action that we're going to be taking in the executive session, and I want to make it very clear that A is the discussion of purchase, acquisition, and disposal of property, and also B, personnel matters. And it is my belief and understanding that we will not be taking action on those agenda items, no action. And we had noticed tomorrow's meeting on the website, and it is not open for public comment. Tomorrow's meeting is a special meeting, but I am looking forward to having members of the public present because, as they know, as everyone knows, this commission is very open to hearing and listening and receiving feedback. So they will be there, but we're not going to be taking public comment. So I'm in agreement with the vice chair, which is let's just proceed with items 16, 17, and 18 today. We will adjourn today, and then tomorrow we'll pick up with item number 19, except we do have general public comments on 21 and new business on 22. So maybe we do need to have that today, just a quick little wrap-up.
And Chair, I would just note, is this, at this point, are you asking to amend the agenda, or will you do that later?
Oh, that's fine. We can, again, for the sake of transparency and for the record, so Director, what I would like the department to do when we close today, if you could please create a revision 3 of the agenda, and revision 3 will reflect items 1 through 18, and delete item number 19, and then just pick up on 20, 21, 22, and 23 for today. That will be Rev 3. You'll need to revise tomorrow's agenda for August 20, and that will become the next revision, and you will please add executive session closed to the public, and another agenda item that's it says action on items from executive session, but for the record, we'll make it very clear that we did not take action. But we'll just have it reflect those two new agenda items.
Chair?
Yes.
This is Valerie Jo. May I suggest, why don't you just eliminate number 20, both from this agenda and for anything tomorrow? If that makes it clearer for you all.
I'm sorry?
Madam,
You're saying delete item number 20 from today's agenda?
19.
Right,
19
if you
and 20.
believe there, because I think right now you said remove 19, put it on tomorrow's agenda, and leave 20. I mean, you can leave it or you can get rid of it. Either way, it would just look strange on this agenda without an executive session.
Okay, so we won't have 20 on tomorrow's agenda. I will say, as Assistant Attorney General Valerie Jo, the reason we have that agenda item that says action on items from executive session, that came from Sally Mollivay. One of her recommendations had been to always add an agenda item after an executive session that says action on items from executive session, to be very clear. That had been her recommendation.
And that's fine to eliminate it from today, and if you want to have it for tomorrow, that's fine. I'm
Okay.
just indicating that I don't think you need it for today if the executive session is being eliminated from today, that's all.
So noted. Okay.
Madam Chair, can I have a refresher course on how we can vote on an agenda for the day and then post it as well? We finalized it because it was always in draft until we came, and then it became final. And now we're amending the agenda again, and in fact amending tomorrow's agenda, which I just am confused about the legalities of doing all this last minute. I thought there was certain timelines we had to meet to be able to do all of this. And so if somebody will just refresh me on how we're not crossing the line somewhere, I'd appreciate it.
So this is discussion, and your question is well taken. So is your recommendation that we just proceed today as is with all 23 action items? I just dismissed somebody that needs to come back.
I'm just asking how we can legally change an adopted final agenda again.
I think because it's executive.
Right, and I think it's more
That's
about how, unfortunately, you know, the aim is to go through the agenda as posted. But sometimes due to time limitations, there needs to do this.
Valerie and Roberta, my question is, say for example, there were items on the executive session that we no longer needed to talk about. It got removed. We would just wipe it off anyway. Since this is simply the executive session, we're just changing it from today to tomorrow. I mean, I think this is not like we're re-changing stuff that's not, it's a public item that we have participation from. So I don't see that this is going to affect I think our secretary has a comment, Madam Chair. Well, but before we go to our director, taking that line of thought, I'm with you. We could easily just say we don't have time for these discussion items and then not discuss them and not change the agenda. But to change tomorrow's agenda is a different issue because we need to give a 72-hour notice on that. Director, did you want to say something?
So Madam Chair, I think that there are two things. One, I think that removing items from an agenda for not enough time or whatever reason is much more acceptable than adding items that you might act upon. So I think in that regard, you'd be within the Open Meetings Act to remove the executive session. I think that tomorrow you'll have to make a motion to add an executive session, and that tomorrow you'll have to be clear that the executive session will result in no action. It's just a discussion for the commission behind closed doors. And again, I think if it's not an action item, you are within the Open Meetings Act. I think that's what the Attorney General is telling us.
Even though it's not 72 hours. We're doing it
so
at the same
what
day.
happens, let me just make it clear. Every meeting, just like you have the open meetings resolution, it says when you're going to post the notice and let people know you're having a meeting. And then within 72 hours, or at that 72-hour mark, you have to have an agenda, right? It's a draft agenda until it's adopted. And usually the best practice is that you don't change it at all, but there are circumstances and things that happen where it might need adjustment here or there. The issue is generally, if it is an action item, it should have been posted within 72 hours so that the public has notice of what this public body is doing. You don't want to bait and switch. Oh, here we put up this agenda. Hey, look, it changed. Everything's different, you know? Mm-hmm. So minor adjustments for times like this, for the executive session, because it is only discussion, would be allowable. Because
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's all, that's all I was trying.
What is
Okay.
it doing, right?
So-
That's the main
That's
point.
all I was trying to get
Okay.
is to make sure that we're okay with whatever the Open Meetings Act says.
Okay, so
all.
So that's the purpose of the Open Meetings Act and why there's that 72-hour requirement. But it's,
okay,
because
got
discussion items
it.
can come up at any time. at
Valerie,
any
Joe,
meeting.
and Roberta, let me just wrap up because the more we keep repeating ourselves, we're taking up some time. I'm not going to ask the department to revise this agenda. It stands as is. And as we proceed with today's agenda, I'm not sure we will have time to discuss the executive session. And tomorrow is another day, and we can, at our meeting tomorrow, talk about whether we should add the executive session that will not have action items. Okay. Hello. We are now at item number 16, rule hearing, commission deliberation and decision on 19.31.17 bighorn sheep. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of the Attorney General. The purpose of this hearing is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing the Bighorn Sheep Rule, Title 19, Chapter 31, Part 17 of the New Mexico Administrative Code, which will become effective on April 1st, 2023. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Ryan Darr with the New Mexico Game and Fish Department. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and on the department's website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments. The rule hearing will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to, 1, identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized, and 2, speak loud and clear to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered a comment, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer. The audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rule after the public comment portion of the hearing, and final Commission action, including adoption of the rule, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. Hearing, item number 16, rulemaking hearing on the Bighorn Sheep 19.31.17 NMAC. This hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the proposed amendments to 19.31.17 NMAC for the record?
Madam Chair, I wish to submit 6 exhibits to the record. Exhibit number 1, the notice of the rulemaking. Exhibit number 2, the initial proposed rule that was posted on the department's website. Exhibit 3, the presentation that I will be given today. Exhibit 4, the summary of the proposed changes. Exhibit 5, the technical information we relied upon to develop the rule. And Exhibit 6, the 702 public comments we received during the rulemaking process.
Exhibits 1 through 6 are hereby admitted into record. Thank you. Stuart, can you please introduce the proposed amendments to 19.31.17?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, you all have kind of heard this through numerous times, as you've recalled throughout the summer, spring. Just real briefly, population status of the two. Rockies are on top, approximately 1,700 Rockies, 1,200 deserts across the state. Distributed into 11 different Rocky populations, those blue dots, and 8 different desert populations across the state. Some of the proposed changes that we did have to the rule was creating a ram hunt in the Jemez Mountains. That herd was released in 2014 and augmented in 2017. We think that we probably will be able to start a ram hunt in that unit in 2024, and that would be during this 4-year rule cycle. We are proposing dates, 2 different timeframe dates to make that a quality hunt of August 10th through 24th, and then September 1 through 15th. Continuing with Rockies, we are proposing additional ram hunt window in the Rio Grande Gorge to spread hunter density out. It's not necessary that we're going to have more licenses in there, but to spread hunter density out across those hunts. Moving on to desert sheep, one of the proposals that we have is separating the little hatchets from the big hatchets. We have disproportionate harvest in the little hatchets, so most of the rams are harvested in there. We are proposing moving that to where we will have harvest equally across those ranges, proportional to hopefully the populations of rams that are there. We get a little bit of movement between the 2 ranges, but most of the range movement is limited by a highway that bisects the 2 different mountain ranges. We're also proposing shifting the hunt dates to September 15th through 30th and October 1st to 15th. We also are proposing splitting the Ladrone and Palacio. There's currently only 1 hunt in the Ladrones and 1 hunt in the Palacios. We're proposing splitting those into 2 different hunt time frames. You'll see those frames down there in the bottom for the Ladrones, December 1 through 15 and December 16 through 31, and Palacios number 1 through 15 and then 16 through 30. And that's just creating a limited hunter density. We may see some increase in licenses in those ram herds as the populations hopefully continue to grow in there. And just in general, we currently do have a population of Rocky rams and kind of the Turkey Creek herd that do occur every once in a while on the Double E. We're just proposing allowing those licensed hunters, if they do want to go into the Double E to harvest, it would be open up for them, and then just adjusting kind of the season dates. I mentioned that we received 702 official public comments during the rulemaking. The majority of this is, as we've kind of discussed over multiple meetings throughout the commission on the structure of how a hunt code is and how the hunt windows and timeframes occur with Rockies. And so most of the comments you'll see there were in support of the current license allocation, how we currently do that. 226 of those were unique emails that were specific to in support of keeping the current structure on how we allocate licenses current. 200 form emails, then you'll see on the opposition there was 37 unique, 209 form, and then just 11 support the proposals and 23 that were outside the scope of the Bighorn Rule. And with that, I would take any questions you may have.
Would anyone like to comment on the proposed amendments to 19.31.17? I actually have 3 cards here. If you could, please come to the microphone. Please identify yourself for the record. Oh, okay. Do it now? No, yeah.
Actually, you know what, I'm going to do it.
Okay, let me just call the names for the record. I'm going to call Brandon Wynn. I'm going to call David Heft. And third, Brian Bartlett.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Brandon Wynn. I'm from Albuquerque, New Mexico. That good?
And who do you represent?
I represent myself. I'm not part of any organization. I speak on my own behalf. The Bighorn Rule, obviously, we've been through this several times this year, and I just wanted to register that I'm disappointed that the commission did not pass the proposal to modify the way the bighorn sheep permits are lumped together, and point out that, you know, when they had, the department just showed the tally of the emails that came in for and opposed for making changes or not making changes, that, you know, the majority was in support of the way it was done without making any changes that would have benefited resident hunters. You know, you got to keep in mind that there was quite a strong effort by the National Wild Sheep Foundation, Boone and Crockett Club, to generate those. So yeah, you got 327 million people that aren't New Mexicans. And when you rally those, yeah, they're going to swamp us with comments. And so, believe me, New Mexicans we're in favor of creating more opportunity for ourselves. Thank you.
Before you go, anyone in the audience like to ask any questions of this witness?
Motion to dismiss the witness.
Okay, you're dismissed. Next witness is David Heft. Please state your name, loud, clear, for the record, and who you represent.
David Heft, Mayhill, New Mexico. I'm representing myself today. Retired wildlife biologist, long time involved in the bighorn sheep program. In fact, I can remember taking your senior sheep biologist out and showing him the Ladrone herd area when you first hired him. That's how long I've been around and been involved in it. Unlike my good friend Brandon Wynn, I support the current license allocation process and the rule as proposed. And I would like to thank the Commission and Department for all the opportunity we've had to voice our disagreements, but at the same time remain friends. Thank you.
Before you go, does anyone here in the audience have a question, any questions for this witness?
Dismiss the witness.
You may be dismissed. Thank you. Next, Brian Bartlett. Please state your name for the record, who you represent, and
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners, here we are again. My name is Brian Bartlett. I am the president of the New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation. I'm also engaged in activities for the National Wild Sheep Foundation. First, I'd like to say is I'm not sure that all the comments came from the Wild Sheep Foundation and the Boone and Crockett Club. Every one of our members was asked to make comments on that, and that just right after we asked our own state members to make comments, there was a great influx of comments that came in. So my own conclusion to that is not the same as Brandon. Basically, I just want to say that the New Mexico Wild Sheep Foundation gives full support to the bighorn sheep rule as proposed by the New Mexico Game and Fish Department as presented on March 4th. But more importantly than these tags, I'd just like to add a little bit of a statement. You know, due to drought and disease, specifically Mycoplasma ovipneumonia in wild sheep, it's important that we continue to provide easily accessible funding for both Rocky Mountain and desert bighorn sheep conservation. This is the real important item. We specifically need to be mindful of wildlife water development and maintenance and appropriate vegetation thinning for these ungulates. This effort for bighorn sheep also supports all the mule deer populations that are in those areas, of which every one of our bighorn sheep populations, especially deserts, have a sizable mule deer population associated with it. So we're not only supporting bighorn sheep. This will require boots on the ground, and I appreciate Commissioner Salazar Henry's comments this morning about getting projects on the ground. In order to do this, it's going to require boots on the ground cooperation and coordination between the Game Department, the BLM, and the Forest Service, which is what we talked about this morning. So I guess to summarize this, we are in full support of the bighorn sheep rule the way it is now and the way the tags are allocated. and that we are very, very concerned about our herds due to drought and disease, and we need to stay on top of this. Thank you very much.
All right, proceeding on, do we have any other persons who have, no? Okay.
We do have an email from the New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides, if I may be allowed to read that into record.
Please do.
This email was submitted on behalf of Carrie Romero, again with New Mexico Council of Outfitters and Guides, dated August 18th, 2022. Regarding the Bighorn Sheep Rule, there has been much debate regarding the Bighorn Sheep Rule over the past 6 months since the rule revision process began. NMCOG continues to maintain that the current process of distributing bighorn sheep permits is within compliance of Section B, 17.316, Chapter 17 NMSA 1978. Our position has been further supported by an Attorney General opinion dated April 5th, 2022, which was requested by this commission and stated that, quote, "The current population levels of Rocky Mountain and desert bighorn sheep make it impossible for the commission and the department to assign a single hunt code to each hunt area during each hunt window for the bighorn sheep hunting season without running afoul of the statutory allocation requirements for residents and non-resident hunters dictated by Section 17.316B. We therefore believe that a court would agree that the Commission's application of the term hunt code to its rules regulating the bighorn sheep hunting season is lawful in that it incorporates the elements, species, weapon type, time frame, specific hunt that make up the definition of hunt code, while also giving effect to the requirements of Section 17.316B, end quote. The current bighorn sheep draw structure was instituted in 2014 when the Turk injunction was overturned and the Chapter 17 quota was required to be applied to all bighorn, oryx, and ibex hunts. Prior to the overturn of Turk, permits in these 3 species were awarded 50% to non-resident hunters. The Game Commission during that time approved the current draw structure to provide non-resident hunters the opportunity to participate in the draw. They did this in recognition of the essential role non-resident hunters have played in restoring New Mexico bighorn sheep populations. Today, there are 7 ram tags that are awarded to non-resident hunters through the big game draw. The other 43 ram tags go to residents. Without this current draw structure, there would be 0 non-resident bighorn sheep ram tags awarded through the draw. The NMDGF has proposed to maintain the current allocation process for bighorn sheep permits, and NMCOG is in full support of the proposal.
Thank you. I would like, Director, the Exhibits 7 attendance list and Exhibit 8, the email just read, to be entered and admitted into the record.
Madam Chair, may I make a clarification?
In a minute.
Okay.
Those that are registered and participated in hearing will be included on the attendance sheet. At this time, we've admitted that, Exhibit number 7. The comments submitted and the testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the Commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The Commission will vote on the proposed amendments at this time. I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at 3:57 p.m. on Friday, August 19th, 2022. Now, we may have some discussion. Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to make a quick clarification that the AG's letter was advice and not an opinion.
And that is correct. The Attorney General's office has a distinction in how they prepare Attorney General opinions that are made public, and I believe what we received was not a, quote, opinion letter. Assistant Attorney General Valerie Jo, do you want to add anything to what we just said?
No, that is accurate. There's a formal request for a formal opinion, and then there's attorney advice in the role as counsel for this commission. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Commissioners, we lately have been opening it up to the public comment for additional comments, but we've already heard that in the recorded hearing, so I'm going to bypass that. Now, commissioners, Commissioner Salazar Henry, Commissioner Lopez, Vice Chair, Commissioner Fulfer. Okay, any comments?
I do have a comment, Madam
Vice
Chair.
Chair? Okay, Commissioner Salazar, comments before we have a motion?
I have a comment.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, members of the public and members of the commission, those listening online, as we all know, this has been a very hot topic, contentious topic between all parties involved, stakeholders, all stakeholders involved. And it seems the department has offered to all stakeholders to come up to some type of agreement in the last few months, and no such agreement was reached for lumping or unlumping statutory language allocating the licenses. So in being that, trying to keep everybody happy, and in order to have further discussion in this topic, which needs to be fixed, as we might have already touched on by the legislature, about the quota rule, the hunt codes. Our leaders in Santa Fe need to look at this. I move that we amend, or I make a motion to do the proposed changes of 19.31.17 NMAC to read, amend 19.31.17.4 from April 1, 2023, ending on March 31st, 2027, to read April 1, 2023, to March 31st, 2025, making this a 2-year rule, which will allow the public to communicate more with the legislators, the department, and all stakeholders to come up with some type of an agreement if it is not addressed by the legislature in the upcoming 2 sessions.
Before I get a motion, we need some discussion on that motion. I thought we had already reviewed that motion at our last meeting. And and I guess Assistant Attorney General Valerie Jo, should we be proceeding with that motion at this time at our rule hearing? Because I think that's a substantive change, isn't it? It's not a non-substantive change.
Sorry, I'm just referring to my notes. So with respect to this type of rulemaking, it is covered by the default procedural rule, because when I looked in the regulations for the Commission and the Department of Game and Fish, there's nothing specifically with respect to these types of changes. So that rule is 1.24.25.14 sub C. And what it states is any amendments must be within the scope of the current rulemaking proceeding. Amendments that exceed the scope of the noticed rulemaking may require a new rulemaking proceeding. Amendments to a proposed rule may fall outside of the scope of the rulemaking based on the following factors, and there are 3. 1, any person affected by the adoption of the rule, if amended, could not have reasonably expected that the changes from the published proposed rule would affect the person's interest. Number 2, the subject matter of the amended rule or the issues determined by that rule are different from those in the published proposed rule. Or sub 3, the effect of the adopted rule differs from the effect of the published proposed rule. So I believe as it currently stands, the this is supposed to be a 4-year rule. The proposed change would be to shorten that time period to be until 2025, is that correct? So it would be a 2-year rule?
Correct.
Okay, so within this, it appears to be within the scope, because if the proposed rulemaking talked about 4 years and you're shortening it to 2, it seems it would be appropriate.
So it seems to be appropriate. Wow. Okay, Director, do you want to say something?
Madam Chair, I just want to make sure that the AG is clear and that we're all clear on it. And you mentioned that you had previously voted on that 2-year option at, I think it was the June
In Santa
meeting.
Fe.
And so, does it make a difference that you've considered that and rejected it? And does that change the expectation of the public who might attend, or is it still within the scope of the rule that you just read?
I'm sorry, Assistant Valerie Joe, can I just call you Attorney Valerie Joe?
Yeah, I mean, this is about the scope. So the scope of the proposed rule is 4 years. This doesn't talk about anything about prior proceedings or anything of that nature. I believe it's fair game at this point.
In the spirit of giving public comment between the last two, I don't know.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Salazar Henry.
There was never a proposal voted on in June on a 2-year rule. My initial proposal was just unlumping some bighorn sheep country.
I made that rule.
country.
I did
There
make
was
that
ne-
motion, but it was
motion.
not, it was 2 meetings ago, so it would have been our May meeting?
Madam Chair, if I may, at our meeting in Eagle Nest, close. At Eagle Nest, we did have a motion, 2 different motions that both failed on a 2-2 vote. One of those motions was to make this direct the department to make this a 2-year rule. That failed on a 2-2 vote.
Okay.
I'm guessing that wasn't
So
June
that
then.
was on June 3rd. That was at the June 3rd meeting. We had 2, okay, and so we actually had 4 members present, and it was a 2-2 vote.
I was online.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, that's correct.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I was in attendance just on Zoom.
Right, okay.
So,
Well, we have a motion. Commissioner, are you still keeping your motion on the table?
I am.
Okay. Do we want more discussion, or do we want to give a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Really?
Mhm.
Okay.
I made the motion in the first place.
I understand, I understand. Director, can you please, so, wait, let me clarify this. Are we going to have another motion to approve the proposed changes as stated? Or with it being only 2 years, is that your motion? Can you clarify it?
So the Madam Chair, the proposed motions is accepting the department's recommendation as is, but changing 19.31.17.4 from April 1st, 2023 through March 31st, 2027 to April 1st, 2023 to March 31st, 2025, reflecting that it'll be a 2-year rule. All other recommendations stick.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'll
Okay.
second it.
I'm sorry?
I do have a question.
Okay, ask your question before we take the roll call vote.
Madam Chair, I'm just trying to understand, I'm catching up here, I guess. But
Yeah, you were not.
So, can you explain to me a little bit about why 2-year instead of 4-year? And if the state legislator changes or corrects the statute, why are we doing this? Or is that
Madam Chair, Commissioner Fulfer, so some of the discussion around this first part on the 2-year was to try to hope to force the legislature to make the corrections. That said, if the legislature went in and during this session, it would have to happen this session. So if they, during this long session, went in and corrected the statutory rules on distribution of licenses according to resident, non-resident outfitters, you would then, even if you passed a 4-year rule, would have to amend your rule because of legislative changes, which we do in a 4-year term. The discussion around the 2-year was trying to hope to force the legislative body to make a change during this session.
And if I may add to that, if that session did not make any changes to the statute, with this 2-year rule, we're having to review the rule again.
In 2 years.
In 2 years versus 4 years. The goal is to, 1, get the legislature to reevaluate and make changes to the statute, and 2, get the commission to come back in 2 years.
And Madam Chair, if I may clarify as well, part of the issue, Commissioner, is that there are 2 conflicting statutory terminologies in the current statute. And what we're asking is for them to clarify. Either rewrite them so they align, or take one and make it align with the other. So either way, it's just so there's clear direction to the commission on the expectation.
Okay, Madam Chair, so this will help try to get the state legislature to act? Is that, or is it just going to bring up in 2 years, bring this same issue back to the commission?
I'm going to let the Commissioner Lopez answer that because it's his motion.
Commissioner Fulfer, so in no way are we, or is my intention to make the legislature or force their hand to sponsor a bill to whatever bill they want to sponsor. The intent of the motion is that we had all parties, all stakeholders involved, conversations were happening, an agreement could not be reached by all stakeholders, from our hunters, our department, numerous organizations. An agreement could not be met on lumping and unlumping. So having this a 2-year rule would give the individuals more time to discuss. In 2 years, let's say the legislature does not act on this, they can have 2 full years to discuss what they actually want. And if the legislature does act on this, not by force, but the goodwill, that, by statute, the commission would have to, amend the rule based on the state statute. And at that time, the stakeholders involved can talk to their affiliated legislators statewide and lobby what they want changed in the bill for the better of everybody, going into an interim committee or a committee and see where they can hash this out. So I think it's a fair compromise, so to say, for all stakeholders involved, that they still have a voice to complete whatever goals they want. And we're here to support residents and non-resident hunters being on the commission, but it gives them more time to really look at the issues, look at both or all 9 sides of the issues, to see where they can come up with some type of agreement, whether at the roundhouse or between themselves, and it gives them 2 years. If that doesn't happen, then I guess we'll see them in 2 years. So that's the rationale. My rationale, my personal rationale.
Okay.
Okay, Director, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. I was about to vote no, but I know at the meeting when we took the vote, I wanted the 2 years, so I can't change it. Okay. Thank you. All right. Stuart Lively, Chief, Rule Hearing Commission deliberation and decision on 19.34.5 wildlife management areas. It is Chief Lively?
Yes.
Okay. The department will present, excuse me. Oh, I got it. This hearing will please come to order. My name is Sharon Salazar Hickey, Chair to the Commission. I will be serving as the hearing officer and be advised by the Commission's counsel from the Office of the Attorney General. The purpose of this hearing is for the Commission to receive public comment on repealing and replacing wildlife management areas, Title 19, Chapter 34, Part 6, New Mexico Administrative Code, which will become effective on April 1st, 2023. These hearings are being conducted in accordance with the provisions of the Game and Fish Act and the State Rules Act. These hearings are being audio taped and video recorded. Anyone interested in a copy of the audio tape or video recording should contact Ryan Darr with the Game and Fish Department. Public notice of this hearing was advertised in the New Mexico Register, the New Mexico Sunshine Portal, and on the department's website. Copies of the proposed amendments have been available on the department's website. Those wishing to comment here today must have registered to submit public comments. The rule hearing will be conducted in the following manner. Staff will present pre-filed exhibits. Exhibits admitted into evidence are available for review by the public on the department's website. After all exhibits are entered, we will proceed to the presentation of the proposed rule, after which testimony will be taken from the audience. Participants are asked to wait until they are called upon to speak. In order to ensure that the hearing is accurately recorded, only one person at a time shall be allowed to speak. Any person recognized to speak is asked to, 1, identify yourself by name and who you are affiliated with for the record each time you are recognized, and 2, speak loud and clear to accurately record your comments. After a person has offered comment, they will stand for questions from the hearing officer. The audience may also ask questions of anyone offering comments after being recognized by me. These hearings are not subject to judicial rules of evidence. However, in the interest of efficiency, I reserve the right to limit any testimony deemed irrelevant, redundant, or unduly repetitious. The Commission may discuss the proposed new rule after the public comment portion of the hearing. Final Commission action, including adoption of the rule, may occur after the conclusion of the presentation and public comment period of each hearing. Hearing item number 17, rule making hearing on wildlife management areas 19.34.5 NMAC. The hearing is now open. Are there any exhibits for the proposed amendments to 19.34.5 NMAC for the record?
Madam Chair, I wish to enter 4 exhibits. Exhibit 1, notice of the rulemaking. Exhibit 2, the initial proposed rule posted on the website. Exhibit 3, the presentation being given today. Exhibit 4, the summary of the proposed changes.
Thank you. Exhibits 1 through 4, as described, are hereby admitted into the record. Stuart, can you please introduce the proposed amendments to 19.34.5?
Madam Chair, I forgot to mention there was no public comments on this. The reason we're amending this is because of new acquisitions to wildlife management areas in the state. And you'll notice there, these are the 4 new acquisitions over the last probably 8 years. And that's all we're doing is putting those in and some clarifications on previously owned. And with that, I'd stand for questions.
Okay, very good. Would anyone like to comment on the proposed amendments to 19.34.5? Okay, very good. For that, we are, those that are registered at this time, the attendant, let's see, at the attendance sheet, shall be marked. Do we need to do an attendance sheet? Yes. At this time, the attendance sheet shall be marked and admitted as Exhibit 5. The comments submitted and testimony heard during this rule hearing will be reviewed by the commission and discussed during the open session of today's meeting. The commission will vote on the proposed amendments at this time. I would like to thank everyone present for their participation today. Let the record show that this rulemaking hearing was adjourned at 4:17 p.m. today, Friday, August 19th, 2022. All right, let us proceed. Any comments? Any questions? Commissioner Salazar Henry? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, well then, very good. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Can you be more specific with your motion? I think we have them. Oh, sorry. No, where is it? Director, can you assist us with that motion? I believe it's somewhere in our paperwork here.
Madam Chair, I think the motion will be to
Accept as proposed.
move to adopt.
Oh, thank you.
grab a
Here we
brief.
go.
Sorry, I have the
found it.
language, sorry, my apologies. I move to adopt the proposed changes of 19.34.5 NMEC as presented by the department and allows the department to make minor corrections to comply with filing this rule with state records and archives.
Second.
Director, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Salazar Henry.
Yes.
Commissioner Lopez.
Yes.
Commissioner Fulfer.
Yes.
Vice Chair Archuleta.
Yes.
Chair Salazar Hickey.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Very good. Director Sloan, can we please proceed to agenda item number 18? We'd like to hear from the director's report.
I had it on.
Oh. Give me 5. It was a long day.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you. I have a brief report today, as we do regularly at these meetings. I try and hit a few of the highlights since our last meeting. The biggest thing I'd like to mention is the employee compensation. We built into last year's budget request, the legislature passed and the governor signed compensation increases for all employees across the agency. Working with the State Personnel Office and the Department of Finance and Administration, we were able to get those raises implemented effective July 1st. So they were by program, so the Conservation Services Program, all employees will receive an average of 8% increase. Field Operations, all employees will receive an increase of average of 8%. Depredation and Nuisance Abatement will receive an average of 6%, and Support Services staff will receive an average of 2%. So that's very exciting. It makes us very much more competitive than we were in the past, and hopefully it will increase retention and recruitment, which is interesting. We talk about that relative to employees and hunters and anglers. Hunter access post-fire, we were able to work with the Forest Service and get sheep hunters into the Pecos Wilderness. We had, I think, all of them by now come in with their heads. It was a successful hunt. We continue to work closely with the Forest Service to try and open up more access and ensure that elk hunters are able to get in there. It's really dependent on what the monsoons do and how safe it is to get in, how much they're willing to open. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that and make sure that we get notice out to hunters if there are significant limitations. Recently, they both flew a ptarmigan survey and got up on the mountain and chased the birds down. As you know, we transplanted 24 of them from the state of Colorado last spring. They were able to find a significant number of them still on the mountain, and so we're feeling pretty good about the population there. In response to fire, we had the opportunity to restore Middle Poneal Creek. So they worked on that, went up and did a treatment twice on it, and we'll be stocking it mid-September with fish that would have died from runoff from the fire in the Rito Morphe. And then Willow Creek is a project in the Pecos Wilderness, or Pecos, that they had been working on for a while. It's a 6-mile stretch of stream. They completed the last bit of it this year, and will be able to move fish that were taken out of the fire zone into that creek in the near future. So we've been able to save a couple of different populations and add some miles to the restored populations of Rio Grande cutthroat trout. This month, we also had one of our officers receive the Shikar Safari Officer of the Year Award, which is an annual award issued in each state to Conservation Officer for outstanding work. That was issued to Captain Mike Matthews of the Las Cruces office. He's been with the department for more than 25 years and has done outstanding work. We also this month completed the governor's auction of tags. Ducks Unlimited volunteered to put that online for us and raised over $171,000 for conservation across the state. So thank you very much to them. And last but not least, we will have 2 retirements by the end of September before our next meeting. Dr. Carrie Romero will be retiring. He's been with the agency for 28 and a half years, has been integral in all of our traps and wildlife captures, been a statistician for the department, and has done almost all of the department's disease work on wildlife. So there'll be significant shoes to fill there. And then the other retirement is our Human Resources Manager, Yvonne Torres, who's only been with the department for 4 years, but has gotten us through COVID and policy changes and testing and all the things that come along with that, all the while hiring people, bringing them on board, and keeping us all lined out. So those are, again, another big set of shoes to fill, but we have both of those jobs either interviewed or out for recruitment. So we're hopeful to get good candidates to fill in behind them. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. That was very good, and those are very nice agency highlights. Kudos to you and the department. Thank you. Commissioners, comments?
One comment, just maybe 2. Mike, Madam Chair. Again, congratulations to our staff who are departing for retirement, and please give them our regards from the commission, and I hope you guys maybe throw them a Frito pie party or something on the way out. Second one, Mike, is it possible for each commissioner to get like a monthly report, what's happening in the area, in their respective districts, for example? Regarding field ops, release of wildlife, surveys, anything like that. Because sometimes the public asks us, hey, I didn't know that when we were in Oklahoma, I didn't even know our game wardens were training up in Chama. So I got a couple of calls, hey, what are you guys doing up here? Are you guys raiding somebody? Wasn't true. They were training with the Hikaria, But good to know that, that we're not, we have able to answer the questions of the stakeholders, or even participate in these events if we have time to be with the staff and get to see what the boots and ground are doing. Not managing them, of course, but, get a better perspective of what's going on around the state in the areas where we reside or topics of where we represent as well.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Lopez, certainly to the extent that we have those planned in advance and that they are should be released to the public, perhaps the best way to say that, we can do that.
Okay, and actually, maybe it would go out to the entire commission, not just 2 commissioners for there, because we do have 2 commissioners that are at large and technically for the whole state, not just northern New Mexico or southeast or whatever. So, thank you. Commissioner Salazar Henry, did you have any comments?
Yes, I did. Director Sloan, can you tell me when the new website design is going to go online? I think we had a test or a review back in June, and you said it was almost done. So do we know when that's going to happen?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, that brings up an unfortunate point. Our web designer recently notified us that he is resigning his position. He was working on a couple of things that were problematic we had too many top menu items and it wouldn't allow them to all display the same, was one of the many things. So I'm expecting that to be delayed, but it's still hopefully later this fall. We should be able to get somebody hired and get it up and running.
So there's not a way to contract that work to get it done?
There may be, again, we just received his letter this past week, so we can look at that for sure.
The second thing I wanted to know is when will the Glenwood hatchery go online?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Salazar Henry, the expectation is that sometime by mid-September-ish, mid to later September, we should have fish in the hatchery. Although I also understand that we are now having a little bit of trouble getting the final piping. I think we have the tanks, but the piping is a supply chain issue. But we are working through that, but I think we have enough to have a few tanks and some fish up and running, with more to come.
Thank you. The last thing I just want to mention to anybody who's listening, and for those of us that know Lance Cherry, who used to work for us, but his father passed away last month, and so I'd like to formally extend our condolences.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else? Okay, well, Director, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's proceed to general public comments. Do we have any persons that would like to come to the microphone? Okay. We do, okay.
That's mine, you can wad it up.
You're doing.
Just
kidding.
Don't worry. It's longer than 3 minutes.
Okay, so let's move to item number 22, new business. Commissioners, do we have any new business? Okay, well then in that case, we can proceed to adjournment. It is now 4:30 or 4:29, and this meeting is hereby adjourned.